Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to All-Star Weekend. And we're not just talking about the NBA All-Star Game. We're talking about 304 teams participating in our February All-Star Triples event for Partners Promoting Darts. I'm Sean Green. I'll be joined by Will Stewart in the virtual booth with Nick Darachi Teixeira in the background. Nick, this guy right here is just continuously making a face for himself now in the PPD. He just does commentary with us for 1 week, and now all of a sudden he's super famous again.
Yeah, see, I've never seen Paul do commentary before, but if you say so. No. Danny Baggish, you're talking about there. Of course, no stranger to any of you guys that have been in any of the PPD streams for the last 8, 9 or so weeks. And, of course, last October, like you mentioned, in the Tournament of Champions. Let me tell you, excited to start off with this one. This is a Division III matchup, one-loss side here. Florida on Florida with Kelly Mears being one of the renowned female talents for a long time, but has kind of fallen off the radar lately. And Danny Baggish alongside with their teammates as well.
Yeah, Danny's playing with Chris and Cara Jones. And then Kelly Mears playing with Paul Blakely and Troy Windland. And we're about to head to leg number 2. This is leg number 1. This is a one-loss side of the bracket here in Division 3. So it is Cricket 0-1 Cricket. Unless that's different in triples, which it very well could be.
You got it right. It's just 7-0-1 instead of 5-0-1. Only difference.
And why play today? Because you get 75 bonus points on that all-star rank list. And in a type of format where it is very small to, or you don't get that many opportunities to get points accumulated this quickly. You have to take advantage of these types of formats, these types of all-star triples. You see Danny Baggish there. Now just needs to get that point lead. Does it with a double 20 and a 6.55 average from Danny in that leg, as his team goes up 1-0. This is the one-loss side, so Danny Baggish in Division 3 has already gotten a loss. And that's the beautiful thing about these PPD streams.
Yeah, well, let's just reiterate. We're watching a triples remote tournament format with a 12-0 cap at the top end. There is a cap. So at maxing it as a 4-0, 4-0, and a 4-0, if you're talking equally split up amongst all teammates, you're going to see big names that drop down to the losers bracket. You're going to see familiar faces in the last game scenarios. I mean, that is simply the fact that when you're a big average like Danny, right? When you're coming in as like a 5-9, right? You're taking almost half your team's total available average output. So that means that you have to be performing every single time. If you do anything less than perform, like where he starts off with a hat trick here, or in the previous leg before we caught on stream, start off with a 9 mark. If you do less than that, it puts so much pressure on 1-5 and 2-5 players.
Well, and it's where you argue that if you are one of those 1-5 or 2-5 players, and you're looking for a partner that can carry you, you're not going to find much better than Danny Baggish. And it hurts me to painstakingly say that out loud, but he is so consistently good, right? You barely see him drop off at all, even when he's playing around and like playing for fun after we do a stream for 10 hours, right? He's still going to throw fantastic darts because it's Danny. It's nice to have that level of consistency in your back pocket. So if I'm Kara or Chris, I'm not worried about Danny here. Danny's going to do his job. Now, I am worried about myself doing my job, which that's always the problem.
Yeah, that's what it has to come down to when you're in this team format is just worry about your own darts. Your partners are going to be there. And if they're not, it's not your day anyways. It doesn't matter. There's nothing you can do to change that other than to be a supportive teammate and throw your game. And at the end of the day, when you're talking these divisions 1, 2, 3, even sometimes the 4 and 5, I mean, a good C player is the difference maker more so than a good A player typically is. When you see that person that's a 1-5 that brings up that 3-5 game at the right time, does more than Danny Baggish going from a 7 mark to a 9 mark can.
Well, look at this. Oh my gosh, you missed a dart. Danny, way to ruin my life. But other than that, he's been great. Here is Kelly stepping up. Gonna try and get something rolling. But yeah, shout out to Charmin Chewy Darts watching along. What's up, Chewy? Hope you're doing well, my friend. How about this? Watching along with us is my new Facebook friend who finally, after I don't know, a year or two, accepted my friend request, and that's Benny Dersh. So the Jet finally accepted my friend request. It's about time.
Benny and the Jets?
Benny the Jet.
Yeah,
you got to kind of like
He's someone I've like known second-handedly for a long time. We've even played in the same league against each other. He had a team, Scott Kirshner had a team, I had a team, a couple other top shots, and there was like a remote qualifying league for a different tournament circuit. And I finally got a chance to meet him at Plover. And let me tell you, dude is like way nicer than not that I had like negative expectations per se, but like, man, that dude's a class act, and he always had like Skittles or like Starburst around him. He always had candy. And I was like, he's nice. He has candy. No weird van. I'm in.
Yep. If the white van comes with it, then you got to worry. But if it doesn't, you're fine. This is open out. So bullseye here for Paul. Not going to hit it. All Danny can do is put a lot of pressure on. And this is where, if I miss two partners, I'm upset because I obviously did not do my job of giving Danny a look at a finish on his third turn. Now, if only would have hit one more bullseye when he was up, that's a different story, though.
Yeah, it is a different story. But, I mean, Kelly Mears not going to shy away from 43 with 3 darts in an open-out format.
No, and nor should she. Tops, she can also go 2 inside. She goes right at tops and hits it. 39.13 for Kelly. Did her job there.
Yeah, I really want to see more. I want to see more Kelly Mears on the dart scene. That's what I want. I want more Kelly Mears again. Growing up around Kelly Mears, Tyler Mears, Mark Mears, having them around, what a positive influence on the game. I really wish we got some more Kelly nowadays, and Tyler as well, and Mark, I guess.
And look at that start. That's not the ideal diddle here. Only 5 points scored for Paul total. Yeah, Danny didn't even have to have fun with that.
That's exactly how I beat how I beat Alex Spellman in the Jeremy Booyah qualifier. I don't know why I called it the Jeremy Booyah qualifier. No, that's being smart on your diddle. Knowing that you only have to score X amount of points, you can just go left side of the board, 11-14. You aim right at that wire and call it a day. Alex Spellman diddled less than a 30. Granted, 13-inch board, but he did there 11-14-11. I felt like that was the only game I won off him, for the record. But that felt so good. Felt like a genius.
I once had to play DJ Sayre, and I won the diddle, and I was extremely excited. I was like, at least I won something. And yes, that was the only something I won.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, there was nothing I could do against Spellman. Let me tell you, he opened up both of those games with back-to-back 9 marks. On both cricket games. The 0-1 game was the only one where I had an outside chance at like a ton plus finish. He was tough.
He's good.
That guy, he's a real deal, and he's humble about it too. He just enjoys the game.
Yep, he's extremely nice. He'll talk to anyone, and when you talk to him, you just find out real quickly just how logical and brilliantly smart he is. You can definitely tell engineer mind, and he talks like one of those. So when he talks about like his mechanics, his strategy, it's all very engineered. He's thought it through quite a bit.
And double-edged sword when you get those mechanical players like that, right? Like it's either everything's working correctly and there's nothing you can do to beat them. Kind of like I always think another person that was kind of like that was like MVG back at his prime, like where it was just like one-stop shop, smooth motion, everything works. And then when you're a super mechanical player, the first time something goes wrong, everything feels like it goes wrong. And you're trying to tune in the entire machine when sometimes it's just one faulty gear.
Yeah, and I would actually argue that MVG is not one of those mechanically sound players. He throws off a feel a lot of times. He doesn't aim his dart, and I feel like for him it's easier for him to adjust because it's all out of fear. As we get a boom goes the dynamite there from the gambler, Mr. Danny Baggish, first on stream today. But yeah, and so for him it's a little bit easier to kind of adjust. Now that being said, he might have more kinks that he has to work through to figure that out. Whereas Alex Spellman can throw 3 darts and immediately know what he just did wrong with that first dart. And that's why you see him coach himself so often.
Well, it also
good darts there from Chris.
Puts him in such a unique position, right? When you're super hyper conscious of what your dart form is doing, and you have the ability to say those thoughts in a coherent manner. It makes, I think that's one of the things where like him doing those videos where he goes and talks about different things with his game or the dart scene, or any player, especially in the upper echelon that goes live, is Kelly Mears hits a big 9 mark there. What a shot at 20 points down. Insane. But if you have a voice and you have the knowledge, share that information to the dart community. It always makes for great content, and people always love watching and following these players.
Great darts there from Kara too. Danny picked up 2 players that are just not bad at all.
Yeah, Chris and Kara, mother-daughter. Usually, actually, in the past, I know played with Kenny Doyle a lot. So, Kara a little bit newer to the mix, but Chris Jones, for at least as Troy here almost loads it in with a big one there. When you have that mother-daughter duo like that, I mean, Chris Jones has been one of those players that is the let me help you get into the cap averages. She's right at that like 2.8 range. She's very consistent at that 2.8 range and can lead to a lot of setups. So I imagine a lot of this is actually more so Chris coaching Kara than Danny's coaching either one of them.
I like that. Paul right now is just spanking both of them as he throws in another 7 mark right there. And this is with Chris and Kara kind of doing their jobs. Danny only threw a 3 mark though last time up, so Chris is going to try and pick that up. Oh, that first start had to feel so good.
Kirby in the chat saying, is this where all the players go that are out of the tournament asking for a friend? If you felt like you played well and you're out of the tournament, you're playing a DRT. If you did not, then you're watching this.
Yep. And welcome.
And hi. How's it going?
Yeah, the numbers tend to continuously go up as the day goes on.
Oh, look at this.
So here is, yep. She's throwing a 4 right now.
As Kirby says, I'm watching this. Oh, this is a big shot here from Troy. Going to get the close right away. Wants to just go ahead and he can go right at the bull. You can go ahead and throw downstairs or up at the 18s if you really want. Does decide to do so, leaving Danny no possible shot.
And right now he's like, why did he point there in the last start? He just makes it so I don't have any chance whatsoever.
It's lame.
It's like, I don't even really like this anymore.
That's okay. You know what I have to say to Danny is go Chiefs.
Oh, you.
I had money on the 49ers.
You can't kick them now. Well, of course you did. That's why they lost.
Yeah, I probably should have warned Danny that I've gambled on it. Oh, this is a little interesting opportunity here. And remember with that triples format, their respective, well, I guess you would say it would be the respective B player, but they have Kelly going second here. Kelly Mears shouldn't shy away from 2 bulls, but that was a huge opportunity for Chris to lay on thick. She needed at least 3 or 4 there.
Yeah, she should just go right at these bulls. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was almost you knew it was going, and there you go. Against the throw against Danny Baggage. Danny Baggage now on the 2-loss side of the bracket. He's going to be racing to 1 this whole rest of this way. And he was actually second in average there. Did you see that? 5.73 from Kelly Mears to the 5.25 of Danny Baggage.
Yeah, that's some good stuff there. I mean, kind of the performance that you expect Danny to have there. Yeah, and you have to feel with Kelly going second. I know she hates going first, which is part of the reason that's the case. But you have to feel like with her throwing numbers like that, that usually leads them to success more often than not, and that has to be a tough loss there.
Well, this 1-loss side of Division 3, Kelly, Paul, and Troy move on to play Brett Hollanday, Gina Hollanday, and Chad Holla. And then the winner of that one gets Olivia Terry, Damian Lofton, and Eric Bauer. So it does not get easier as this continues to go on.
Never does, my friend. Never does. As we get a last chance here, I wanted to go ahead and give Indy some love.
Hey, look at this. I know this guy. This is the chatterbox himself, the mouth, Don Kirby. Division 2 CSC Challenger Series player this season. The mouth is in Division 1, playing with his wife, Marcy, and he's playing with Todd Hampton. Todd and Chad Hampton are brothers. And they're both kind of near the cusp of like that top tier of indie dart player. I would say Todd's the better player of the two. And you're going to see it right here. He just naturally so gifted. And the brutal thing is that Marcy doesn't give any leave off either. See Todd with an excellent 7 mark on the Bulls. But yeah, Marcy is not like a dip down. She as far as female dart players goes, she's one of the best in Indy.
Yeah, I'm excited with some of the stuff you guys have in the indie scene brewing up. I'm gonna be honest. Now we got a chance to talk about why we like Don Kirby in the CSC and what he is capable of doing, but we didn't get a chance to really say why. Why is he that guy right now, Sean?
It just, first of all, iron sharpens iron, and he gets to play against the best players locally on a weekly basis, and it's because he gets to play multiple leagues a week. Because his wife is also in leagues, that makes it a lot easier to play many leagues. But the practice throughout the week, if you're bored on any night of the week in Indy and you're looking for a blind draw, there's 3 to choose from. And they'll start at different times, and you kind of get to pick and choose which one you want to go to. But on top of that, Don can also, and has shown in tournaments in the master level, with guys like Lee Jones and Mac Feely and even like Danny Lobby from time to time, that he is good enough to be in that. 5.73 from Don right there. A nonchalant 5.73.
The same the run, by the way. That's what that he needed to do that.
Yep. And he can. And he makes it look so easy. It almost frustrates his opponent to like watch him play darts. I know it does for me every once in a while, because I'm like, why is he throwing this well? It doesn't look like he's trying at all. And he's talking the entire time. He will be standing at the line talking about something unrelated to darts as he's throwing his 3 darts and hitting everything. Yeah, it really is just something special.
And that's why he's the talker, right?
Yep. The mouth.
The mouth. There you go. That's why I was like struggling to find the word there. I was like, he's something.
Oh, he is something. All right. I call his wife the saint. Let's put it that way.
Well, I'm going to have to agree with you there. I don't know enough to say otherwise. As much as I would like to have some witty remark there, I don't have enough to say. So otherwise.
There's a name in our chat right now. Her name's Tori Gilstrip. Tori has been playing darts for just a couple years now, and she is from just north of Indy, and Kokomo is the name of the town that she lives in. She is traveling to play the best players in Indy. She is playing the Booyah Cup qualifiers for the ladies and winning some matches. She is going to be, and I'm just calling it here, one of the best players nationally if she continues to play darts. She is already just reached a level that is pretty incredible for where she is located.
And what's her name one more time?
Tori Gilstrip. She's in the chat there.
Okay. Well, because I'm going to take your word for it, and I'm excited to see, especially because I get on so many remote broadcasts and I travel around a lot. I'm going to keep an eye out. If I see a Tori Gilstrap on any of my streams, I know the other person should be counting their days on that dartboard.
Yep, talented artist. She's just getting into she's tattooing. This is Gabe Steffen, which means that we're in South Dakota, aren't we?
Yeah, so this is a Division 3 King Seat match. I didn't even see this one start in the background, because if I would have known that this was a tantalizing option, as much as I love our boy Don Kirby, would have jumped right to this. But we did just caught this one at the corner of our eye. So King Seat match here, currently game 3 in this matchup. So once this game finishes here, we'll figure out the exact score and the situation at hand here.
There you go. Well, it looks like we got, so it's Gabe Steffen, John Scoggin, and Matt Sorensen, formerly of Guns N' Roses, and taking on Shino, Jim Stevens, and Noah North. Sorry, that's a Kansas team. Taking on, of course, South Dakota. And we're at the Wooden Nickel, correct?
That's correct. Wooden Nickel Man, we see this bar a fair amount nowadays, especially like there are certain bars, guys, where we seem to get streaming packages, and part of us are not in a rude way, but a lot of times we're asking why. I mean, like you have to drive your players there, you have to kind of build it up, and sometimes these bars only have 1 or 2 boards. I'm like, well, why would you get a stream package? You can't fill up the bar with dart players during these big streams. Wooden Nickel is like, nah, we're gonna show you. We want this package. We're gonna fill up the bar. We're gonna be loud. We're gonna be noisy. Hell, we're gonna switch from what bar we're currently at to go to the bar to be on the stream. That's the type of stuff we see in South Dakota.
That's awesome. I love it. Yeah, Mike Maloney says King Seat match at 3. He goes, 1 o'clock start. Okay.
It's not.
Mike, are you playing triples today?
I believe Mike doesn't typically play triples too much anymore, just because he says he has trouble fitting.
He's too good. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just so good with his really long darts.
Yeah, I mean,
Super
like massively long.
Like uncomfortably long.
They are uncomfortably long, especially on stream. Yeah, Tori says thank you very much, but there's no thank you needed. Her boyfriend Jolin is in our Phoenix Premier League, and he's in the Championship League. He's also only been playing darts for a few years, so they battle back and forth, and she beats him a good amount of times. And that
some great practice.
Should tell you, yeah, should tell you pretty much where both of them are at. Is they are very high quality players that are gonna do some damage. I'm excited. Shino takes out that one. So leg number 3 goes to Shino and company. And it is now a score line that is 2-1. Jim, Noah, and Shino.
Well, there we go. See, look at that. I was just listening to Sean because I was like, he knows what the answer is going to be. I don't even have to do the math. I'll be right here on the scoreboard. I'll be ready.
Well, that's what I'm here for. It's why I get paid the big bucks or bucks.
Yeah, you get paid an amount of bucks. Funny enough. No, it's always nice. It's actually funny to hear some of these guest commentators that we do bring in, Sean, except like whenever you or Will aren't here, because they either have spent so much time studying the rules right before the stream that they actually probably know more than we do, or they said they'll tell us probably, and then we don't, and we see what happens. So I
like the second option way more.
It's more exciting.
Well, it's more kind of like the person watching along at home, right? Where they don't even know what's going on, but we're all here. We're watching some darts and having a good time doing so. Here is John. Just closes the 19s, does his job there. That's what you didn't need to do that. I appreciate it though, but that wasn't necessary. I should have just remembered that his name was John. That would have been better.
A little peek behind the curtains for everybody watching in chat is that when there is 6 players and we're jumping around between 304 different teams across however many different bars we're watching that day, sometimes the names get a little confusing, and then the scoreboards, because all dartboards are just a little bit different, they don't always fit the same. So if you ever see your name cut off there, just know I did it because I hate you and it's on purpose.
For sure. And you don't need to think any differently. That's just what it is. Hey, look at the small dart player back there. Dancing around, having himself a good time.
I like how you said that the exact moment he was perfectly behind. Was it Jake there? He was perfectly.
And that's Hunter Smith.
Yeah,
getting a high five from him. There's Mr. Steffen. I don't see him in Crocs.
No Crocs.
So riddle me confused by his wardrobe decisions here without the Crocs.
Not to keep things off topic the whole time that I'm left alone with you, Sean.
Go ahead.
But I'm going to anyways. So I had a pair of Hades I bought for Kansas City, those pink ones, because I wanted to be a part of the whole dart shoe fad.
Pink's a debatable statement there on the shoes, but go ahead.
They're tacky pink palm tree. I bought them because I knew they looked like tacky dad vacation shoes, and that's exactly what I was going for.
For
Well,
sure.
the dog got into it, chewed him up, and the roommate said, "Sorry, let me order you some new ones," and got me just like normal black Hey dudes. And I feel like
Yeah.
now it just makes me feel like I'm like admitting I'm 40 before I'm 40.
Well, I'm only 36, and I've been rocking them for a couple years now. It does not make you older. Just makes you smarter. Because my dogs don't bark nearly as much, and I'll take that all day.
Your dog's barking because of your shoes?
Yeah. Dogs barking is an old school reference to like your feet hurting.
Oh, like those puppies.
Yeah. Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, we're gonna stick to darts. Shino up here wants to go right those 18s. Try to get a shot at the 20s on the third if they can. Assuming
Probably for the best.
they're gonna hit that first. Let's see what they decide to do. They probably should just stay here, given the scenario, and looks like they probably did.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Shino did on the last start, but she's been throwing great. Absolutely fantastic, actually. Hey, so let's talk about this. 100% payback for entries, fees, plus $9,500 in added money. The payouts for today's event for All-Star Triples is $32,300. Each of the participants get 75 points on the All-Star rank list, which goes towards the CSC Challenger Series invites, TOC, CSI, CDI Invites, TOC Finale, all of that stuff. There are 19 divisions, and you can see kind of how it's mixed up. There's some great players, some really good players, and then some good players combined together to make up these divisions. But yeah, I mean, so far so good here on this All-Star weekend.
Yeah, and those points, I mean, you can't understate the importance because PBD just constantly is always over here just cooking up in the kitchen, thinking of new ideas. And I mean,
wow,
what an A mark there from Jim. And
that is
huge.
A coffin shot. That's what we call that, the coffin shot.
Yeah, well, the coffin and a couple nails to really seal that coffin, maybe.
It's going to make it a 3-1 score line here in a race to 4. So it'll put Jim, Noah, and Shino one leg away from the king seat.
I think it makes it a 2-2 score line.
That is wrong, but that's okay. Your score line's wrong. It's 2-1 Jim, Noah, and Shino.
Okay.
Which is what I said originally, but that's fine. You heard what you wanted to hear. It's no big deal.
I'm just
Shino takes it out again. Now 3-1 score line against the South Dakota team. And look at that, 3-1. You missed the screen, didn't you?
No, I didn't miss the screen. No, you are absolutely right. I stand corrected, and I heard you wrong the first time.
I know. It's all right. I appreciate your apology is accepted. Late, but accepted.
You know what, Sean?
What?
Charity match. You and me right now. Let's just go. Let's go play.
No. Nope. Listen, I don't know if you heard, but on Tuesday, we did not have a guest host. So we thought, hey, let's give Sean some redemption on the Castle Count Up. And, well, it was a great interview. And I don't know how I did worse than I did last time, but I did. So no redemption was had.
That's fair. I want redemption on your show. Not as a commentator. I set the bar the right amount of low there, but as a player, for sure.
That's fair. All right. Well, both teams starting off with a little bit of nothing. Gabe starting off with only a 1 mark is kind of shocking. Oh, Anthony making a good point there. That would just, man, that'd be brutal.
How about I'll put what country they're all from?
USA.
USA. No, that's actually a good idea. Anthony in chat basically just saying putting states underneath the team names where they're from would actually be pretty cool. What the easier way to implement that, I would imagine, I'm just brainstorming here, is that when we actually program the team names into the dartboard, they just add state abbreviations where it says Gabe, John, and Matt right under the 60 points there.
Yeah.
They just added little state,
SD.
SD, AZ, whatever state it is, FL. And then it's a fun test of, does Sean and Nick really know most state abbreviations? The answer is probably.
Yeah. Do we know MS and what that stands for?
Yeah,
Maybe
I
not.
have all the sclerosises. I'll have you know.
Oh boy, that's not what I was talking about. I was talking about Mississippi, but that's okay.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't have known that. I was thinking
See?
Massachusetts.
MA is Massachusetts.
Yep, realizing that now. Justin Monahan in chat saying, howdy, boys. Howdy, Justin. Welcome in, sir.
Yeah, good to have you here. We had Will in this all the way up until the start, and now he has left to go do his own show. Must be nice.
Now, you guys will probably get Will back in a little bit. He does have some stuff going on right now that he's working on in the background here, so don't think he's actually just slacking off, although he's probably just slacking off.
Yeah, he took a little nap.
Yeah, get real tuckered out right before the first match. Well, he saw Danny Baggish's name, and he was like, I don't know about all this.
He's like, y'all don't need me. Blake with another good point in there, but the state name by the bar. I can tell you when I play remotely online, like after I'm out of a blind draw or something like that, which I will be out and about tonight. I will try and like find bars that I've recognized, like the name from the CSC Challenger series and from all of that stuff. I am the boom guy on G3s, of course.
Yeah, I've absolutely adore that's like ever since we got into like really streaming as much as we do now, Sean. Playing those online matches against random people and having these really cool interactions, and it is fun. But you are right. I typically will look for bars I either recognize by name or have seen on one of my shows. But if the team names had the states on there for the online matchmaking, then I would never see the G3 online post. Hey, who's shooting out of this bar? Blah blah blah. Yeah. I think it's by far the most entertaining thing, especially when it's not a positive thing they're saying. It really gets me going.
Well, Blake, that is the only person who plays out of Omaha, so we gotta root for Brandon Neal. Just kidding. There's way more. That's just the ongoing joke, I think, in Omaha, is that the only person that we think lives in Omaha is Brandon Neal.
Yeah, I started planning my interviews for the Omaha Bullshooter in 2 weeks here, and I'm going to be honest, I only have Brandon Neal's name on there, and then Stephanie Neal's name above his, but that was it.
Well, yeah, of course. Still one of the most fun things you can ever do is watch Stephanie watch Brandon play darts.
Oh, man.
She's a character in general, but then you put in the stress of her rooting for him, and it's something else.
Yeah, I think significant others getting stressed over their partners, or like in darts, is just one of the funniest things. Especially the significant others have no filters on what they're going to tell their partner.
Yep.
I didn't want to know what Megan says to you when you guys play together.
Typically nothing. We typically just end up in some sort of fight afterwards. And it has nothing to do, like, we could win or lose, and win or lose easily, and the fight will just stem from like how we said to do something at a certain point. Just be our tone of voice at a certain time. We'll derail that entire evening's worth of fun.
Well, everyone, if that sounds like you, then we are actually running promotion for couples therapy. Just go over to dartstoc.com/betterhelpshawn's and find out more.
No. Having the second child helped out my marriage because we realized that we would have to join forces, become friends, and not enemies to take on the duo that is our two kids. So...
lesson learned. I'm never going to have kids.
No. Well, that might be the case anyway, but I'm glad that you're making that decision yourself instead of just letting it happen naturally.
I'll have you know,
like through life's.
I thought I was one step closer to having kids. I reshared my fake wedding post as it's been 2 years since that happened.
I saw that. Congratulations on that divorce.
Thank you. Most people.
No, that was to her.
Yeah, also fair. She's on a mountain right now. She's fine. Climbing it, not like buried. But I will say people called and congratulated me still today. for that shared post, and I'm like, wow, no
Hilarious.
one reads anything online at all. It even says fake wedding. So yeah,
Well,
I'm nowhere near having kids.
yeah, no matter how much information you put into a post, someone's going to ask that exact same question. It's the same thing about teaching. That's literally teaching in a nutshell, is just making a post on social media. It's going through the directions with kids of what they're supposed to do, and then they immediately ask you what those directions are that they're supposed to do.
Yeah, but the real twist of the knife here, and I'm surprised I'm
Boom
saying
goes
this on
the
mic.
dynamite from Jim Stevens.
Great shot from Jim. The real twist of the knife, though, is the first person to congratulate me on the wedding 2 year later post was my first girlfriend from high school. That was the first person who is happily married. So Eve, if you're listening, good for you, but get out of there. What are you doing commenting on my wedding? That wasn't real.
Well, she's like, oh, thank God. She was probably so worried about you finding someone.
Yeah, I'm sure
Or
that was the case.
Or else you're just going to have to hang out with Dominic DeShera your entire life.
And my cat, Fred. Got
Oh,
him.
yeah, and Fred.
Fred's fine.
Hey, Matt Sorensen's going to step up here. I've alluded to it, but same name as the Guns N' Roses drummer for a while. I believe the second rendition of Guns N' Roses was Matt Sorensen.
Correct.
You would have no idea, so don't even try.
You have no faith.
No, I saw you start to nod there, like, yeah, for sure, but you have no. Noah North has been throwing pretty well.
Yeah, he has to hit a last start like that. You don't want to leave Gabe an opportunity to regain the lead after 2. And the fact is now Gabe just had to go down there and pile in. And he grabs 6. He grabs 2 houses,
like
right?
it.
I do too. I will say it feels too little too late in this one.
Well, for sure. But you've got to at least try that type of strategy. Jim can easily go up there and close the 16s and 15s, but now he doesn't have to go up there and just close the 16s, you know? Like, it causes him to jump. He now doesn't have to jump all those if he doesn't want to. And now he can be aggressive on the double 16, just like he is right there. Big close from Jim Stevens.
Yeah, 140-point difference here. John not going to be able to regain the point lead without piling in everything he can right there. So,
unfortunately, not going to quite do that. But so here we go.
80-point game. We're heading into either a last leg decider, or if Shino decides it, they're just going to close it up right here. Just going to try to close up those 15s. Gets it closed in style. Big last start. Close with authority.
And by the way, guys, I want you to know that I love playing darts with my wife now. We've grown into being able to play together. But yeah, early on, it was definitely the way I described it.
As much as he might love playing darts with his wife loves playing with Cheyenne Richards more.
100%. As she should. Way more talented and skilled. And as my wife would say, better to look at. So,
as long as your wife would say that.
No, she would. Guaranteed.
That's fair.
All right. Team from North. Yeah. Still too little too late, but Jim going to go up there, step it up for the win. He's done everything else in this leg. Might as well close it out. Maybe.
Oh. Not quite.
Oh, no.
Not an outshot,
Jim, your partner's,
though.
You know, Shino has had to win every single leg, and she's going to have to do it again.
Shino knows that they're here to get the job done. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, that was a moment there for John to potentially put some pressure here on Shino. Not going to do it now. 1 bowl needed. Looks like she went at points there on dart 1. Interesting.
Staying on points. Yeah, she was just trying to build up suspense.
Yep. She does that. Great victory there. And they're the king seat now. Shino, Noah, and Jim. And that is Division 3. They are now in the king seat. So the least amount of money they can win is $483. But they have the best chance to win $642. They have to be triple dipped at the end of this bad boy.
Well, want to go ahead and switch over to a one-game match here for us. We have Chris, Mark, and Wendy out of Union Lake Eagles. And then you got Bobby, Jeff, and Caitlin, and they're going to be out of the Missouri area. I think they might be out of South 94 Bistro, if I'm being honest. They're out of that Playmore. I do lie sometimes. Not usually about this.
Well, that's good. What division is this, my friend?
This is Division 4.
All right. Okay. We got Mark Centrone, Chris Coltis, and Wendy Hammonds from Michigan, taking on the team of Caitlin McKinley, Bobby Dees Jr., and Jeff Joplin. Here is Mark. So we're here at the Union Lake Eagles in Michigan. And is that a Boom Goes Dynamite jersey in the background? It sure was, by the way. Shout out to whoever's wearing the Boom Goes Dynamite jersey back there at the Union Lake Eagles. I appreciate that. Hi, Wall. How are you? Good, Sean. Thanks for asking. All right. Well, you're talking more than Nick is right this second.
Hi, everyone. Nick DeShera here. Sorry, had to do some producing in the background. My job is just to talk.
That is my job.
No,
don't take away from my job.
Listen, I'm not trying to take away anything. Although I did find out, fun fact, don't use emojis if you're using a restreaming software, or else your entire title and description just looks like a bunch of question marks. Thanks, Carly Grace, for pointing that one out.
Oops.
Whoopsie. That should be probably fixed.
That's what you get for trying to make it all fancy and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at the Boom Goes Dynamite jersey.
That is a nice jersey.
Yeah.
Can you believe how many jerseys that we're tentatively connected to? Like, I mean, you got the Boom series and all the CSE series, the Siege jerseys, technically also the USA Darts and Eagle Eye jerseys to an extent as well. There's a lot of stuff. It's
basically all of Magicware.
And while Magicware does not sponsor the stream, let me tell you, they use maximum precision in their designs. So
yes, they do. And if you want to get that awesome Boom Goes a Dynamite jersey, or the Boom jersey that corresponds to your state, if you're able to, you should definitely check that out. Magicware.com. You look as great and as skinny as that gentleman back there.
It does actually make you lose 10 pounds every time you wear it. When you wear it, you are 10 pounds lighter. It is guaranteed, or someone's money back. Not yours, but someone's, maybe.
As Jeff steps up, hits a couple there. Not as much as he would have liked. This is Division 4. We're not going to see much of a drop-off at all from the Division 3, as the difference in averages is about a 0.3 tops. 0.3 to a 0.6.
Yeah, very small margins. I mean,
and that's for 3 players, so
yeah, you're talking very minute differences for these players. The only differences are the averages spread out between all the players, or is it one big player with 2 lesser averaged players? That's going to be your big. There's 2 thoughts in your team composition, and that's your 2 thoughts. Are we all going to be around the same, or are we going to have one big gun and kind of help support them? And I will tell you from experience, it is so much more fun to play with an all evened out team. I've been the low guy on the team, and I've been the high guy on the team. And having a team where everybody's equally as capable, it takes the pressure off everybody and is so relaxing. It's so much fun to play.
Well, and what it does is it puts a lot of pressure on your opponents, right? Because they don't get any time off now. Mm-hmm. You know that you have to survive one player if it's that way being set up, and then you have 3 rounds there, or 2 rounds to put some damage in before that player returns. And Yeah, it's just nice and simple. It's those are the teams that are going to win more often than not, are those ones that are going to be pretty evenly balanced throughout. Unless you have an absolute stone cold killer on your team that is more than capable of not just carrying your two partners, but throwing even above what you would expect them to do.
I couldn't agree more with that. And at the end of the day, if you're going to play in these monthly triples tournaments, obviously you're going to find success, although the majority of it is about the points. There's also a big factor of, I still want to win and get the extra money in my pocket, though. And if you're going to look at yourself and say what lends to the most success, playing with people you like the most still takes precedent overall. Playing with people that you legitimately enjoy playing the game with provides to a better experience for all involved.
And people that you trust, right?
Exactly.
Either you trust that they're going to ask you questions if they have them, or that you trust that if they're not going to ask you questions, they're going to shoot at what you expect them to shoot at. That always makes things easier to be on the same page that way, especially in a game like cricket, where the majority of the time that's what you're playing. So right now, Wendy has 3 straight darts at bowls, and I would take all 3 of those. There is no reason to deviate from that plan at all, because you're going to fall into points sometimes too. And Wendy is a killer. This is a race to 1, correct? So Mark hits this, it's all over.
That is correct.
And the Michiganders move on. Oh, it's about as blocked as you're going to get in this situation. This is where you get down on one knee, propose, and hit that bullseye.
I've done that move in a tournament before, and I got made fun of.
Did you hit it?
No, that's why I got made fun of.
Yeah. Yep, that will do it. Yeah. You got to hit it.
It was at TOC 2018 as well when I did that. Now that I think about it.
It's weirdly still the thing you're most known for, even though you've been doing this stream for so long.
No, it's the hair. It's always going to be the hair.
You mean it's the hair walking down the street outside in the morning?
All right, guys. So I'm actually just going to do the rest of the stream alone. Yikes.
Deuces. And there you go. Chris takes it out. Threw a 4.5 in that leg. Last chance bracket, and that's what you want to do. So, Nick, we are heading right back over. Looks like this is the Florida location, correct? With Brandon Pritz.
This is King Seat over there, West Coast Starters of Florida. Almost said Washington Western Starters or whatever it was. And
this is the King Seat match.
Yes, this is the King Seat match. Drew's team did take leg number 1 here. We're in game 2. Ignore that screen because it counts the diddle.
Yep. Please ignore that stream. Or that screen.
So yeah, Division 2 King Seat here.
So let's talk about it. We got a team from South Dakota. That's Drew Whittington, Anthony Fisher, and Jake Smith. Taking on Steve Martin, Brandon Pritz, and Sergio Ribeiro. So Brandon and Jake are both CSE Division 1 players. And this is Division 2.
Yeah.
Of this All-Star Triples.
Division 2 King Seat match. I'm just gonna say there. Yeah, there's Brandon also rocking like a Brandon Neal-esque pants combination here. I feel like. Brandon Pritz going in to last season of the CSE, season 5. I felt like there was so much online hype for him. And someone that's seen him play at the Florida State, or I missed the Florida State tournament at the Bull Shooter in Florida. I saw him play just when I was out there playing, and he definitely has some grade A game. I think the one thing he's been trying to dial in is he hits a big win there to get it 1 apiece. Where he's been struggling is just getting good too quickly and getting the mentality in with the rest. Not when you get really good really fast, but don't have that years of built up comfort and experience, it plays a factor. And I'm really curious to see what direction that will bring his game towards.
That's always the situation, right? You have players that get really good really quickly. Do they hit a plateau? Do they get a spout of dartitis because they have a feeling that they should be still getting better and better, and they're now plateauing, and so now it's inside their head, and then next thing you know, they're struggling to even throw the dart, let alone get it to the right segment. And you see that happen so often with those players. They get really good really quickly. So can they still stay relaxed and just continuously maybe slow down their improvement, because that's going to happen eventually. Same thing with like losing weight, right? If you're trying to lose a lot of weight, you're going to lose a lot of weight quickly, but then when you're getting down close to kind of that, you're going to have to work for it a little bit more than typical. The same thing with darts.
Absolutely.
Brandon starts off with a nice 7 mark though.
Yeah, and this is a good sparring match for the A players as well, specifically looking at Brandon Pritz versus Jake Smith, right? Because Jake's one of those other guys where I called it as one of my favorites. If he plays anywhere near how he played in NDA Vegas this last year, going into the season of the CSC. So I'm really excited to see if that's going to be the case for him, if he's going to continue that elevated level of performance.
I can tell you right now, I'm not just looking at the 2A players here, as you just saw Drew Whittington throwing a 6 mark of his own, because those B and C players are going to be really good as well.
Absolutely. You cannot count that out as a factor in this in any way, shape, or form.
Well, and there's going to be legs where that third player makes all the difference. If they come out firing and they throw in a 5 point something average for the leg, it's going to make it almost impossible. Unless his other 2 players are struggling more than they typically do, it's almost impossible for the other team to win that leg.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're looking at these other players, right, and you're looking at their average, you look at someone like Drew Whittington on Jake's team, and he's a 3.5 still. 3.5 just means that most of the times, if he's playing to a tournament standard, he's going to be near that 4 range consistently, with the occasional drop off into that 3 range. That's what you expect. Sergio here, on the other hand, goes up and hits 5 marks on the 19s, and you can see his teammates getting excited because Sergio, I believe, is a 2.5, if I'm not mistaken.
There you go.
Sergio's a 2.4. I was pretty close. 2.4 even.
Chrissy Grimmel's in there going, what? Chrissy, listen, sometimes we don't even know what we're saying. We just hope you find it along the way. And I think Nick did a really good job of finding along the way there. So you just want to listen to the whole thing. You might have got
yeah, no, I listen, I would have tuned out halfway through that ramble there for me, guys. Guys, listen, let me tell you, today's been a day. Today we've had a lot of moving parts, a lot of things going on. I can't even shave my face without cutting right before the stream. I was a bleeder. The whole thing.
I also shaved right before we got going today, and I did not cut my face.
That's fair. You've had like 30 years more practice than me.
That's fair. I'm telling you right now, Drew Whittington does not miss triple 20s. It's great. My daughter Sophia is out there playing with like a rubber chicken.
Okay.
That she loves because of the sound that it makes. So she'll just walk around the house, just like shaking it, so it makes like the chicken, like clucking sound. And I can hear that happening right now, and I know that first of all, it's hilarious if I watch that in person. But then second of all, my wife, it drives her absolutely crazy. And it does me if she's like right next to me and I'm trying to lay down. But yeah, so I'm just letting you know the dynamic that's going out away from the streaming room right now that I'm in.
Oh, I appreciate the added context for sure. It's always important to know what's going on in the background. If you guys are curious, my very intense background is one very sleepy kitty cat.
Typical.
Yeah, he's just an old cat. He's very sleepy.
Mm-hmm. I see what you're doing here. I like it. Ooh, and Sergio, a bit of an off round there, and that might make a difference. As Jake Smith is going to go up there and try and just close those things down. Ginger in the chat saying she's throwing in Division 15. and the averages are fives, which is wild.
Yeah, that the low divisions in this, and I say low relativistic to like the how many brackets there are in that specific tournament, not low as an ability. And let me tell you, people just turn it on down there. You go down and play your division 14, division 15. I mean, I played as low as some of the division 20s, and I can tell you they're scarier than divisions 1, 2, 3, and 4. You expect that stuff up here. When it happens down there, it is frustrating.
Yeah, it's like I attribute it to like playing in like a free poker tournament, right? Where you're just having to dodge a whole bunch of bombs that are existing because you don't expect the players to be very good. And then all of a sudden they have pocket aces when you least expect them to because they've been having 2-7 and playing that hand and hitting and getting lucky. So why would they not get lucky with pocket aces, right? Like it's one of those things where you have to kind of dodge those great darts from players from time to time.
Yeah, it's about who's on that day. That's all it comes down to, guys. Sometimes it's just someone else's day. Sometimes it's your day. And all you have to do is keep throwing regardless, and hopefully you can figure out how to enjoy it along the way.
Paul Rogers, it is. I don't know about the one and only Sean Green. Fun fact: there was
probably a lot.
There was a person named Sean Green who went to the same schools through the same school system that I did. Only he was like 5 years younger than me, and I constantly would go back and see teachers, and they'd be like, "Oh my gosh, wait, what?" I'd be like, "No, I was the first Sean Green that came by," and so like I wasn't even the one they remembered after it. So I'm definitely not the one and only.
One and only in our hearts.
But I appreciate you calling it out. Paul,
I just got a hello for the record, so I'm just saying you're doing something right, Sean.
There you go.
And see, right there from Fritz, that's one of the things where I feel like when we're talking about that early to reach a high ability and then getting the frustrations of the mental game later on, was he threw that first dart dead center triple 20, expected that second one to follow, and it got away from him into that one bed, and it was a complete look away, complete reaction, as if it was that infuriating to hit. If I could give him advice right now, and I guarantee you the King Seats players are probably listening, and the one piece of advice would be like, don't sit there and worry about that. You just have to keep playing through your whole turn and then react to it after. You can't break your concentration that much, especially in between every dart.
What's a waffle horse, Porky?
I don't know, but I feel like it's probably delicious. And something I've eaten at McDonald's.
And somewhere where I would be ignored.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Drew stepping up on the 18s. It's not his 20s. So, yeah, Porky, we're on like a 10-second delay here. So, sorry. Didn't see it until afterwards.
Yeah, no editing comments is safe around here. We already saw the ones and reacted to it by the time the correction's already in place.
Still laughed. I don't think any harder that entire week than that moment. Oh, so great. The fact I knew it was going, like it was happening that way. As soon as the person skipped me and went to Jen, I knew it was over.
God, let me tell you, I definitely was not convinced that by the third time they went to Waffle House that I should have gone, but apparently I should have. That was the one thing I learned.
Yeah, number 3 was definitely the win.
I was like, there's no way. 3 times at Waffle House, there's no way this is the move.
Oh, by the way, my new house will easily be able to get someone like Will Stewart to my house once he realizes that there's a Waffle House less than 5 minutes away from my new house. So, and it's just off the interstate, so it's like a real Waffle House.
A real deal Waffle House.
Yeah.
No way.
So, just saying, if you ever want to entice Will to go over to your house or something, just make sure there's a Waffle House within 5 minutes of it.
That's all it really takes. He's very straightforward kind of guy. Listen, we all bully Will, but he gets really kooky about certain things, and he's usually right about those certain things. Like Quick Trip really is like an elite gas station. Whataburger really is mid, guys. Will is on to something.
Yeah, no, Whataburger's delicious. I wouldn't necessarily believe him on that part, but the other things, I'll take that. Yeah. He tends to be correct on like the positive things the positive statements, and he tends to be incorrect on the negative stuff.
Porky, if you come by, it's going to be a whole barbecue extravaganza. All right. Listen, we can go to Waffle House after the barbecue for dinner, but like we got to have the barbecue. That's the excuse to have the beer.
So Sergio's progression in darts, because he has the setup correct, right? He even knows he's left eye dominant as a right-handed player, which makes a lot of difference because he starts right at that left eye. But what he's got to do forward from there is follow all the way through with that dart. Release and follow the way through. You'll notice when he releases, he's got a little jump to his throw, and his shoulder or whatever muscle it's causing him to stop his follow through, and he just kind of flicks the dart forward. So while his setup's perfect, he doesn't utilize it at all. You'll see it when he throws next.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you pointed that out because that's always interesting. On the opposite end, I mean, Brandon Pritz does have that he short armed that last dart a little bit, but those first two in particular, I felt like were a much better representation of what you would, or much not better relative to yours, but better relative to his third dart on representation for what a good dart stroke is too.
Boom goes the dynamite from Brandon Pritz.
You're just waiting for me to quit my yapping.
Yeah, I mean, you just kept going to you kept re-saying what you were trying to say. It was actually really funny.
I went from being expected to talk today to not thinking I had to talk today to now expecting to only talk today. And listen, you got a high energy version. I'm sorry, he's a little. I'm well rested today.
Let's give a shout out to Sarah's. Was it Sarah's relative that is on the board next door?
Allie had some people that she was cheering for. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Allie, a huge shout out. Cameron, is on the board next to it. I saw the last name come across the back there, so
gotcha.
Shout out to hi.
Yeah, King Seat's one of the King. There's bars that have their own cult of personality. King Seat Bar is one of those bars. The only shame of it being that it's not near Orlando. Oh yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yep. Setup's perfect, but he doesn't follow through to it.
He still has some relativistic control. It's just if he made that fall through a little bit more determined. I wonder where that hitch came from. Why? Because that's something that you've learned into, right? You didn't do that by default.
He's either gripping the dart too hard, or he is tensing up muscles that is making that abnormal for him to go through. And the unfortunate thing is that it's annoying because there's times where that happens to me and I cannot figure out what those muscles are or how to fix it. So don't ask me that question, Sergio. Just know that that first part of it, you have the setup perfect. You just don't utilize it as much. Whereas
Sergio,
Brandon,
I want you to only ask that question.
You see the flip follow through from Brandon. That's the difference.
No, absolutely. But like I was saying, there is that bar is its own personality. There's so many top shots. I mean, they have that King of the Hill tournament coming up that I'll be streaming. So if you guys aren't busy watching the Booyah Cup, that's where I will be. Is streaming that one.
Watching the Booyah Cup.
They'll probably be. Listen, I ain't nobody even in Florida anywhere that's going to have an issue with that Booyah Cup taking some or all viewership. There's so much talent out there. And I have so much respect for that. But if you are, for some reason, not watching that, we will be live watching the King Seat Bar for their King of the Hill tournament. The week prior will be the Queen of the Hill tournament.
There you go.
So there is that one as well. Unfortunately, that one I will be in Omaha, Nebraska for the Bullshooter, or else I would be streaming that one as well. Because
Omaha.
The ladies always put on a better show. There's actually more ladies signed up for the Queen of the Hill tournament than the King of the Hill tournament currently, which I think is very fascinating.
Yeah. I would think that more ladies are signed up for the Queen of the Hill than the King of the Hill. Well, that's what you said. Surprisingly, more ladies are signed up for the Queen of the Hill Then the king of the hill.
I've never missed Will Stewart more in my life. This is actually insane. This is crazy, guys.
Sorry for being correct. I don't know. As Anthony can try and put some bulls on the board here. Otherwise, Brandon Pritz. Did you mute me? Dang.
No, I wanted to. My heart of hearts told me to call Megan Green and have you guys switch out whatever you guys are doing.
Yeah, you definitely don't want that to happen.
I don't know. Her and I have always had good conversations on our strolls across New York. Majority of our conversations have happened there.
Guys, I'm just going to go ahead and I would not click on Diana's stream. Well, Jake might get the point lead here. Does get the point lead here.
What a good shot there from the second best Smith.
Easily. Yep, he did not realize he was behind in points now. So Steve was going to have to do something else.
Oh.
Now can he, though?
Okay.
Oh, he does.
Little scary there, Steve. I'm going to be honest.
That would have given Drew winning darts in his hand.
Yeah, that would have been a huge opportunity. That now we're 2-2.
Yeah, we're line dancing because it's do-si-do. So we step up here for leg number 5.
Now, can someone help my boy Brandon Pritz here? Tell him that he doesn't need to put money in each individual game. He can actually put in as much money as he wants in this dartboard. Fun fact.
No, you just do it. You do it dollar by dollar, Brandon. You just let it ride.
I always see when I play trips, it was always a optimistic thing. I would put like a 20 in the dartboard. Even if I won all my matches, I wouldn't probably go through 20 bucks because they have it set to the minimum amount a remote game can cost in the Arachnid board, which I believe is 50 cents a game. No, not for the online tournament. The prices are set differently than remotely. The remote online G3 games work a little different. But the actual remote league games for this tournament, they're set to only 50 cents across all bars.
Wait, so hold on, because I was today years old when I think I learned this, if this is correct. So you're telling me that there is a way to program the boards to cost less money on remote play without having to like go into the board and actually make that. All
I'm saying is that's a vendor specific thing because I do know certain remote play regions are 75 cents online, some are $1, some are $1.25 I've seen.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing.
That is a vendor / maybe it's location specific. Like maybe there's some specific reason for that. But I can tell you for a fact that the All-Star trips that is set to the minimum amount to play every single game. So I always took as a sign to put in extra money, and worst case scenario, I leave $2, $3 behind because I want to give myself extra confidence. And the last thing I want to do is being the last leg decider of this the King C tiebreaker and have to figure out where my wallet is, unless it's to order another drink.
Or if it's your bar that you go to all the time, like you have a hot button that works for that, and that'd be probably best case scenario.
That works too. Yeah, Dylan's saying $1 my town in Wisconsin. Yeah, no, I was gonna say most of Florida's 75 cents.
Yeah, see, and that's like I said, that's interesting because like literally at our bar that I'm gonna be at tonight, we have one board that it costs 50 cents to play a leg of darts, that it costs 75 cents to play that same leg of darts on every other board.
Yeah, that's one board specifically
that's set differently.
Yep, one board specifically set different.
And I think that's on accident, but we just haven't told anyone yet.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I meant to say.
I just know that when I get called to that board and the blind draw, I'm like, ooh, I only have to put in 5 credits instead of 7 this time.
Well, you're today years old when you found out a little bit more about how remote play works.
Well, there you go. Here we are, leg number 5, as you're seeing the side view of Mr. Whittington throwing that first dart into the treble 19. Look at that. That switch was perfect, by the way, bud.
Thanks, man. I've been practicing.
You followed it into the board. I'm telling you. Richard would have been proud of that.
Now that's a compliment.
Dennis Shea, there are people playing at Night House today. We did see the mouth himself, Don Kirby, playing early on. They are in that last chance bracket. I don't know if they're still rolling to that last chance bracket. They are, it looks like. Right now, currently playing Cody, Ryan, and Sean from Iowa in that 8th place spot. And I don't know if that's the only team or not. All right, as Anthony Fisher steps up. Playing at the wooden nickel. And again, King's Seat is where we are at here in Florida, where there is not the snow on the ground that is in Indiana currently.
That is true.
Yeah, we got some bad weather last night or yesterday into last night. There was something like 80 wrecks.
Oh God!
Like just in like one area, due to the slickness of the roads plus the snow and the stupidity of Indiana drivers.
Well, listen, Allie's got it right. We got plenty of rain to balance out the rest.
That's fair.
I do also want to say I was surprised here. I'm going through the background here, going through our teams, seeing who's still in it, who's not in it, to try to make sure we're following along with everybody as closely as we can.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, I was so shocked. I was like, why is there no one playing out of bull shooters today? Where's all the Arizona teams? Forgot the Arizona Opens this weekend right now.
Yep,
and that's held at Bullshooters Bar. There were still 2 teams signed up there for the record. I think they got told to move probably, or they decided to give them 2 boards. But yeah, no, that makes more sense why we weren't seeing those AZ folks as much today.
Well, a huge shout out to all of the Arizona Open participants that are there doing their thing.
Yeah, good on them. I tried hard to get things working with potentially getting that streamed with them, but the fact that it overlapped with the PPD stream just made it not so possible, unfortunately. And so, well, that sucks. I really wish them the best out there, and hope they have a good time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep, not everything's going to correspond on the same days or on different days than each other, and so you know, you roll with the punches. You have to make your choices and make your decisions based on other things. As I believe we're joined once again by the GOAT himself of USA Darts Productions, Mr. William Stewart.
Maybe. What's going on, everybody?
Hey, Will. How's it going over there in Syracuse?
It's going. We're on a slight little break here, so I may head out here in an hour or so, but we'll figure it out. Never thought I could be so stressed from Wichita, Kansas, but
I could.
I think I would only be stressed if I lived in Wichita, Kansas. Fun fact.
That's fair.
A fun fact, it's actually not bad. Not bad. Good amount of stuff to do here. Hit a little gym.
But it looks like the All-Star game there.
Definitely not.
Ah, well, it is in Indy.
Yeah. Well, you're on the outskirts of Indy, let's be honest.
I'm only 30 minutes from all of the festivities.
Yeah, whatever. Anyway, some good matches here in All-Star triples today, huh?
Yeah, it's been running pretty smooth.
Is this King Seat? Is that right?
Yep, King Seat of King Seats. Race to 4 of Division 4, but it's not Division 4, right? Just Division 2. We just had a Division 4 match. That's why I confused myself there. Yeah, Cameron says hi to us. She was just on stream earlier. Well, her back was. Like we could visually see her. All right, this is a big moment. Big moment of this match.
Jeez, Nick.
Pretty sure that was Will who just burped.
No, that was definitely Nick.
Bro, you can't convince me when my mic's muted. Like I did something. That's not how this works.
You did, bro.
You can't convince. No, I did. What are you on about?
In all honesty, I thought I was way farther away from the mic than I actually was.
Okay, I was like, I'm not losing my mind here. You can't get me with this today, Will. I'm on my game.
I'm sorry, everybody. Right now, I have no brain capacity left for anything. So just
hit that share button. This could get interesting here at the end of the stream. Big darts here from Jakey.
I like how you just called him Jakey.
Well,
that was really classic.
When he shoots so sweet, I have to call him by his sweet nickname.
Hunter would be very happy.
I know.
We go Brandon looking for the opportunity. Oh, well below his intended target. There we go. That'll help out. Needs another one of those.
Oh, brutal.
That is very brutal because that certainly looked like it was in.
And Drew Whittington is more than capable of really taking control of this leg right here. Cam saying they've only lost one, so they're still rolling. Yeah, there she is.
Or as Kid Rock would say, keep rolling, 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 rolling. No,
that was Limp Bizkit.
That's not Kid Rock.
That was definitely Limp Bizkit.
Yeah. I immediately said it, and I was like, wait, no, that was Limp Bizkit.
No, you were thinking a ball with the ball to bang, diggy, diggy, diggy. So the boogie stepped up to the boogie. That was
That's exactly what I was thinking of. Speaking of, new Limp Bizkit is incredible, by the way.
I've never heard anyone make that statement vocally.
To everyone that was here before Will came back, and I said, when Will has a random take, he's usually right about it. That might not be one of them, guys. I might have been wrong.
I haven't heard it yet.
What?
And I am an old school fan of Limp Bizkit. Don't get me wrong.
Okay, well,
the Westmoreland days were something else. But I don't know. I'll listen, see what happens.
It's not really the songs; it's just their personalities these days. So the lead singer comes out in full country get up.
Fred Durst is ridiculous. He's always been ridiculous.
Fred is ridiculous. Yeah. So I
used to wear the backwards St. Louis Cardinals hat.
I didn't know if you know it, but we're Limp Bizkit. It's incredible. All right,
Bill Steiner.
You're still chiming on. I hate you, Bill.
Yeah.
I hate you so much. Same for Dave. Dave, who always comments, "Just chiming on, huh?"
Well,
that's Dave for you in Florida. Anyway, good matchup here. We'll just avoid that one. Brandon, gotta attack these bulls here. Oh, sorry, 16s here.
Whatever he wants to do.
Brother, some of us have been commentating all day.
Big double there. What do you mean some of us have been commentating all day? I've been commentating all my life all day. Way, way, way easier.
You know what the easiest job of them all is, though?
What?
Teaching English. Definitely the easiest job of them all. Let me tell you what.
I will let you have 1 week in my job, and we'll see if you still have a mind.
Hell no.
By next Friday.
Oh, yeah, hell no to that one. 3 bulls needed.
I don't mean to sound like Jack Nicholson here, but you can't handle the truth of teaching 7th grade language arts. Andrew, I'm not sure the answer to that question, actually. Good friend Nick would be more inclined to answer that one. Payouts, though, I do know. 32,300 total for today. In the 19 divisions.
I would have to pull it up. I don't know off the top of my head. It's been a long time since I've been able to play in a trips. So it's been like almost 2 years, probably. Let me see if I can pull it up. I'll find that in the background.
Porky asking Will if you're a fan of Buc-ee's gas station.
Yes and no. Yes and no.
So
You want to
we'll
know
need it
why?
here. Not gonna get it. Well, I mean, yeah, that's kind of the whole. Otherwise, the question was
Yes.
terribly answered.
Okay, so yes, they have barbecue. Yes, they have a bunch of beef jerky and stuff. I will say the beef jerky is good.
Oh, big dart from Sergio, and they do take a 3-2 lead.
Fantastic 3-2 advantage here. Yeah, so they have the barbecue and all the treats and stuff, but their barbecue sandwiches, they're really just average. They're okay. Yeah. They're not really too impressive. They sell more BS than anything. Let's be honest.
Look at that. The soft tip and the steel tip boards right next to it.
Yep. You got to love that, right?
You got a good look at that from that shot from the wooden nickel.
Love that. Utilizing those PPD cameras. So, yeah, I will say, yeah, I do kind of enjoy it, but at the same time, it's, And now he says Buc-ee's are Quick Trip. Now that is... I'll go Quick Trip. I'll be the one that says it. I'll go Quick Trip.
We already had this discussion about what you would say, and that's what we thought you would say. We already Porky's playing you as a fiddle.
Yep. He's just making
100%.
sure that he's right.
100% Quick Trip, dude. 100%. Buc-ee's is just they sell more like shirts and garbage than I'm telling you. Quick Trip. Wow, boys, we're done. Quick Trip has like taco dip, meat, milk.
Is this like
juice?
Is this a situation where you're just gonna name off everything that they have?
Yes, energy
like
drinks,
types of shrimps,
milk gallons, beer,
Cajun shrimp on the potatoes, shrimp and corn,
scenic walks,
vacation packages. A cruise that leaves from the back door.
They open the door on the 18th, but how quickly do they get shut here?
Sergio's gonna look at points here, and he gets the one that'll help. Andrew's in here just asking great questions, and we're just talking about Quick Trip.
Yeah, no, right? We're terrible.
Porky, unfortunately, some people like to set up it as the same weekend as a CDC event, and unfortunately, when it comes to like order of who has priority over my commentary, lack of skills, CDC is right there at the top.
So yeah, we're kind of in a predicament there because there's a lot of stuff going on that weekend. We got what is it? All-Star Triples that weekend. We got CDC, Whammo, anything else that could be going on across the country. So yeah, just a little stuck. But we'll make it happen. I tell you who will definitely be at Whammo.
Who?
This guy.
You?
For everyone wondering, he pointed at me. For everyone that was wondering there.
No, I don't think you've been invited.
In case you didn't hear, there's a CDC event that weekend. And All-Star Triples.
I'm just trying to get on the CSC. Well, you just got to go to dartstoc.com and check out the map. From there, you can sign up for leagues on the website and get going.
We're
as long
going
as you're in the
for
top
speed.
1,000 of the All-Star rank list. You missed your cue. But yeah, so get involved. Love to see your name in there. Your average needs to be somewhere around a 4.6.
The interest,
which is gross.
Yeah, the interest in getting involved in the CSC is just crazy right now. So lots of people getting involved in the PPD system, and yeah, just try your best, put up a performance in those DRTs and those leagues, and give it your best effort. But yeah, you're gonna have to really bring it, like you mentioned, 4-6 above. You want to be in that range because I mean
everybody else is.
Yeah, it's gotten nuts. It's gotten crazy, man. It's from year 1 to year 6. We can't say year, from season 1 to season 6, and even the couple we did before, they did beforehand. Just looking at the averages from there to here is eye opening.
4-3 is getting there. It's just gross to say. Andrew, I know we're close to a 4-3. So when I say 4-3 is getting there, I want you to know that, like, for me, I'd be ecstatic to have a 4-3 average.
Yeah.
One leg of darts for 4-3, I'll take that all day. But yeah, it's gross that like someone like Don Kirby is in Division 2, or Scuba Steve Diker. Really, most of those names are in Division 2. It's gross that they're in that division. It's basically just like Division 1 and then Division 1B is what it's called now.
Pretty much.
We start off with Mondays being excited to watch like that higher level play. Then Wednesday was kind of that more scrappy. Gonna have some legs where like they're shooting in the threes, and that's fine. But like the scrappiness of it's gonna keep it real close. And now we're excited to see the talent in Division 1 on Mondays, and then we're excited to see the other talent that's real scrappy and very close in those averages on Wednesday. It's almost more fun at times to watch Wednesday's matches because you know they're going to be close and that the quality is still going to be insane.
1000%. I mean, when you really think about it, just how close the averages are in Division 2, just really sets up these burner matches where it's, 9-8 or 9-7, and it goes the distance where we really like that to be. So, yeah, it's the CSC, baby, right around the corner, February 26th. Guess who's got to make a 12-hour drive in order to make it happen in less than 24 hours? This guy.
Is it someone who did not afford a plane ticket?
No, plane didn't really help when it was 12 hours either way.
12 hours on a plane?
Well, pretty much with your stops and stuff, because I don't have the comfort of living in Indianapolis, Indiana, where, I can fly anywhere and be okay.
True.
I've got to fly to a hub.
Well, that's not true, because like I have to fly to Chicago sometimes and then fly from Chicago to Indy.
Exactly, but
we can keep arguing about this if we want.
We can. It's all right.
Porky says my goal. Porky says my goal is to win at least $50, which is what you automatically get just by participating. So, guess what? As long as you don't forfeit, you're good.
Porky getting some income, going right to the buffet.
How cool is it that all 64 people that were qualified agreed to play too?
Fantastic. It really is. And they filled it up this year. We want to try to avoid those 1-2 missing people. Yeah, those buys. That doesn't do anybody a favor, really. We want to see some action. So, big trip 16 there. 490 on the board.
Do an update from Don, Marcy, and Todd. They are out in 8th place in Division 1 from Ryan Early, Cody McKenzie, and Sean Morey.
Yeah,
out of Iowa.
You had 4 teams out of Night Owls. You still have 2 still in it. Brian Cook, Kyle Luddy, and Stephanie Luddy. And then on the other end here, Ludi, excuse me.
All right.
And then you have Amy Logsden, Kayla Luddy, and there we go,
Ludi.
crushing it now. Ludi. Yep, I did the wrong one. Had a 50-50, still got it wrong. And Tanya Sommers. So those are the 2 teams, Division 14 and Division 19, respectively. Still fighting out of Night Owls. There was 4 in total. Unfortunately, the other team I didn't get a glance at before. As I have a sheet updated of teams still in streaming bars.
Nice,
so unfortunately, didn't get to see who the other one was.
Yeah, Kayla Ludi, I believe daughter of Kyle and Stephanie, and then Amy Logston and Tanya Summers are 2 really good players from Indy. So them in Division 19, that's still gonna be a tough team there. And then Kyle and his wife are very good, and that's why they're in the king seat of Division 14. So Kyle, Brian, and Stephanie, shout out to them. Night Owls always seems to do pretty well in these tournaments. It's always cool to see.
And do you know what the secret is of why Night Owls and other bars do well in this tournament? Because I can tell you it. I know everything.
Okay, tell me.
Is the fact that they have a good crowd of other teams that when they're knocked out, they will sit and support that team that's still in. That is what you'll see, the difference between these bars that start to look empty towards the end of the stream versus the bars that you couldn't even tell that there was only one team left in the tournament. It's the fact of the hardest part of being in a remote match is staying engaged, staying fully enthralled and remembering the stakes that are in play, and having more people around, more people supporting you helps you stay engaged in those matches. And that's something Night Owls does right.
There you go. We see that a lot out of our bigger locations.
Absolutely.
Well, 4 bowls there makes it a little bit closer, but Brandon, Sergio, and Steve are just 3 bowls away from winning this match and being on that king seat. Uh-oh. Good last start. Needed last start. But here's where Drew's just going to continue to pile pressure on, I believe.
See, he needs a little bit to do so. He knows it.
And do you just stay at bowls here? What round are they in? That makes a difference on what I'm thinking here.
Yeah, round 17.
I might not stay on the bowls here. I might try to take my look here at closing all 3. Yeah, because if you think about it, you still have your third person coming up before your number 1 takes a look again.
Makes sense.
See what Steve does. Steve's going to go points first. And now it's you're locked in. It's a point game now. Because even with the 52 points, that one doesn't help a single thing. That was a wasted first 2 darts there unless he hits a third. Which he does. So adds another bowl to it, but took 3 darts for 1 bullseye. The math there does not add out. And if Anthony can do something here as the 3rd player before Sergio steps up, this is huge.
Yeah, only the 2 single 17s. So Sergio for the Bulls.
No, he's going to go point.
Nah, you should go for the Bulls. I'm just kidding. It's round out. Come on now.
Yeah.
I mean, and you guys
keeping us on our toes.
Bulls for Jake. Needs more of that.
Gotta just follow that in.
15s. Nope, goes double bull. I like that move. All right, this is going to tell us all the difference. Is it going to end before the round out, or is it just going to round out? And it looks like it's just going to round out. Oh, a little bit of an opening.
4 bulls for the match.
And a trip 15.
At least 4 bulls.
4 bulls and trip 15. So winning darts now in the hands for this leg.
Takes that step back here.
Well, this is important. He knows the pressure that's on him versus anyone else. This might be his last shot at this.
So look at this dude in South Dakota there, Gabe Steffen. Sorry, Gabe.
Well, he does quick throw the 15s, get those closed.
It's over. It's last round.
Yeah, it's
this is
already,
it.
Yeah, it should be done.
Oh. Yeah, it doesn't matter. That's why they're. Yeah, so this is.
They're kind of laughing at me. It's like, yeah, it doesn't matter.
There you
go. It's over.
They win on the round out. And a 4-2 score line on the king seat will send Brandon, Sergio, and Steve to that king seat. Cameron, I'm so sorry that you're listening to us instead of your music. You probably want to go back to that.
Cut to an ad here.
All right, well, we're going to cut to a short ad break, and then we'll be back with more action from PPD's All-Star Triples this weekend. Right after this, don't go anywhere. Sean Green, Will Stewart, Nick Teixeira. We'll be right back.
Get into darts, but you're not sure how. We can definitely help with that. We're A to Z darts.com, and we've been a dart specialty store for over 30 years. We have the greatest variety of darts in the country. But don't worry, we can narrow down that selection for you, whether you're a complete beginner or a full-on expert. We developed our own Colonial brand to offer an inexpensive line of darts, dartboards, and accessories, so you can get into the game without breaking the bank. Join our amazing community by going to azdarts.com. Introducing the classic standard Blade 6, the dual core version, same as the lineup from the Blade 5. However, Winmore's come out with an entirely new model called the triple core. So the triple core is essentially the dual core dartboard with an added third layer of carbon fiber sisal in the back, creating literally the ultimate setup for durability. So not only are you paying for an even better longevity of the dartboard, but also enhanced graphics and functionality. All three dartboards have a hardened double bullseye and 25 segment to help with durability. So listen up, Americans, we need this because of our obsession with cricket. The most common problems we have with sisal dartboards is the bullseye segment wearing out or some issue with a wire. So let's just say we're not known for wearing out our doubles. All three dartboards come fitted with the 3 Rotolock wheels to help stabilize the board to any wall surface. But the adjustable wheels make your life so much easier because they allow you to rotate your board super quick and easy. You just loosen them, rotate, then tighten them again, then of course fix your numbering.
So in preparation for a recent event, I put this board to the test with 4 to 6 hours of practice per week for a month straight. This gave me an opportunity to see how this board holds up, as well as give you all that honest opinion you've been waiting for. After just a few throws, I was able to tell that this board was a touch softer than popular brands I've used in the past. Admittedly, this had me a little scared, thinking this would lead to a fairly quick wear down. Instead, after a week, I was still at the point where I felt the board did not need to be rotated. Overall, after a month and around 20 hours of play, I was thoroughly surprised by how well this board held up. Yes, there was some aesthetic wear and tear, but I do feel there was a decrease in the amount of bounce that I had, which I directly contributed to the board's softness. For me, this is a winner for both new and experienced players who like to put their hours in. Alrighty folks, don't forget we're your partner in darts. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, don't hesitate to reach out. Thanks for watching.
How to use a Corona Light on a soft tip electronic dartboard using a Target Corona conversion kit. This kit comes with 4 identical pieces here. Very, very simple. The very bottom has 4 prongs that actually insert into the outer ring of the board. The other backside has a magnetic piece there that goes and connects against the magnetic feet of the Corona light. So full disclosure for this kit, it's not compatible with all electronic dartboards out there. We've tested everyone in the store. It does not work with the Target Nexus or other boards similar to that shell, and it doesn't work with the Grand Practice 13-inch board. However, it's compatible with the Grand versions 1, 2, 3, 3S, and the Grand Dash, as well as the Darts Live 100S and 200S. And that is it. You guys ready? Turn this bad boy on. Voila, that is it. Very, very easy to do, super affordable with the Target Corona conversion kit. Target Cult Darts range from the 2022 launches here. This is their high-end 90% tungsten range, and the theme is a stunning green and gold. So really what differentiates these is mostly the barrel shape. You have a torpedo option, a front-loaded almost bomber shape, and then a straight barrel. I would start there for your personal preference because your grip reference points are going to be really close throughout the entire range. All right, let's throw all of the steel tip variants onto the Target Aspar board. And as you can see, we've got the brand new mod home dartboard system all set up, ready to go. Oh, I'm liking it. I'm really liking it. And a quick note on the dual core dartboard, it's mounted on the very new edge corner bracket. So that is a new product by Winmore, and we've reviewed that and we're going to show you exactly how to mount it. So stay tuned for that video. But in the meantime, let's chuck some darts. Okay, we'll go 20. Oh. Oh, missed the hat trick again. That's okay. But did you guys notice that this corner bracket is freaking solid, man? The board is not shaking at all, at least from my vantage point. I'll check to see the close-up afterwards. But even removing the darts, solid board, solid corner mount. The new FitPoint Plus CC conversion points. The CC in the name stands for carbon composite, which is a material that is very durable yet very lightweight, close to the soft tip plastic points you're used to throwing. They come in 2 available lengths to choose from, the shorter 25mm and the longer 30mm. They feature barbed tips that help to prevent bounce outs. Something to be said about these is they're very aggressive at first, versus being made smooth and wearing out to virtually nothing. So you can speed up the smoothing process by taking sandpaper to the barbed section. Here's a quick comparison of a brand new set versus a set used in a few games. When these were brand new, we noticed they pulled up fibers from the dartboard, so we recommend throwing at unpopular numbers. The left side of the board, definitely not the bullseye, treble, or doubles. They include a FitPoint Plus tool to loosen and tighten them. Couple that with a set of O-rings and you're darn near guaranteed a secure fit. That concludes our review. This product is available on our website, a2zdarts.com. Remember, we're your partner in darts, and thanks for watching. So when you buy the hub, you're only going to get a power cable, a bracket to mount the hub to the wall, and a spring bracket for the back of your dartboard, which is going to lock into the hub. And to lock your board into place, you start by aligning the 18, essentially where the 20 should be. It'll fit right in, and you just turn clockwise. And you're gonna have like a degree or two to kind of play with to make sure that that 20 is dead center. You can obviously start immediately with whatever steel tip dartboard you have at home. I went and grabbed a brand new Target Aspar board just because I think the mounting the spring bracket to the back of the board is the trickiest part of this entire system. So I just wanted a fresh new board before we went through all the hassle of it. But the beauty of the mod system is you don't have to buy everything. It's all sold separately. So you just start with the hub as your foundation, utilize whatever you have at home, and then down the road you can piece everything together or upgrade things over time to fully customize. the concept of interchangeable points is not new, it's never been done in this way before. Target has come up with a patented locking system that uses a taper and hex. These have a groove point on them, engineered as a break point. It's a groove right behind the etching, and it's purposefully put there. So if the tip is going to fail, it's going to fail right there, which is far enough out to where the little wrench can still grab the hex. So it prevents you from getting your point stuck in your dart. It's a well-known thing that happens when a normal steel point breaks. It typically breaks inside the barrel, which is a nightmare situation. So to summarize, this is the perfect locking system where the tip will never come loose. The variety of point options can provide you with a better life for your home practice board. It allows for a quick, user-friendly experience when changing out broken points, and finally can act as a life-saving backup plan if you break a point during tournament play.
Welcome back to All-Star Weekend here for PPD Nationals. We have 304 teams participating, and we're down to our final few. Sean Green joined by the GOAT, Mr. Will Stewart, and Dirachi himself, Nick DeShera. Will, we've had quite a day. You've had even more of quite a day. And it leads us to this moment here. Division 3, race to 1. John Edwards' team taking on Olivia Terrier's team. And they're diddling for the start. It's going to go to John Edwards and those guys from Iowa.
Yes, it will. For those that don't know what GOAT stands for, it stands for Gomer of the Year. So appreciate that very much there, Sean. Thank you.
What's a Gomer?
You never heard of Gomer Pile?
I know what Gomer Pile is. I've never heard it used as a...
You've never heard of Gomer? Just you're a Gomer? So Gomer Pyle is what?
I've heard Goober.
Oh my goodness. Let me know if you've heard Gomer in the chat, please.
No one will.
I guarantee you nobody's going to do anything because there's
right
probably about 80 people in here right now.
Going to go right up there with chives.
No. Well, you've heard of Gomer Pyle, so Gomer just stands for you're
I get it.
Being a little dumb, you know.
Well, it looks like already we're seeing a little bit of a delay from this. Boom goes the dynamite from John Edwards. Yeah, you saw the darts flying to the board a little late from when he released them. Kind of impressive for them to go that far and still get into that trouble. OT. Oh, comes back with a great 6 mark. She wanted to follow the 9 with the 9. That is the OT from the TO.
Thank you, Rick. We'll just put that in the chat. Thank you.
Good. You're 1 for 80.
Yes.
I don't want to point this out, but have you ever met Rick?
No.
All right. Well, having him on your side, it's interesting. Just kidding, Rick. All right. Eric Bowers. These are 2 tough teams. Heidi Nelson's a top 16 shot as she played in the WCS. John Edwards, of course, on her team. And then Lisa Hollowell is their 3rd player, who's not bad herself. She throws really rapid fire quickly, as you saw right there. And here's Damian Lofton.
Look at him go.
Yeah, so their 3rd players just went up there and had the potential for a 9 mark on the 18s. And Damian's a good shot, too. I'm actually really surprised the 3 of them together equal out to Division 3 here.
Well, look at the position they're in. They're in that one and done stage, so really.
Yep. Oh, right. I mean, it's obviously that they're in the right bracket. I'm never going to question that.
Yeah.
I'm questioning. It's just the only thing I'm questioning is that it's shocking that the 3 of them fit into this bracket. But some team has to be at the top. I think we have some boys that are a little bit lost here as Jacob Armstrong joins us in the chat.
Great one there.
Gracias.
Sean. Yeah, that was great.
See where Heidi looks on dart 3.
Probably 20s. No, trip 18. Wow.
The 18. And that was with a walk, too.
Yeah.
She walked start number 3 in there, and she's hit it twice.
Gets the job done.
And Eric just straightforward with his throw. I'm telling you, that's arguably gonna be the team with the most drip, hands down. Team of Damian, Erica, and Olivia. Yeah, I used one of those newfangled terms that the Utes use.
YOLO.
Big 7 mark.
You're welcome.
That response was mid, bro.
It was okay. Oh, you need to calm down a little bit there, Sean. Your hairline is so receding, it's not even funny.
You're coming off a little sus. I'm just saying, you're coming off a little sus.
Okay, let's calm down and remember the era you grew up in. Okay.
Oh, it's such a great era.
Turn your visor upside down and backwards and get back into things. Butcher.
Will is triple tasking this weekend. He is family man. He is directing a show from thousands of miles away. And then he's having to hang out with his 2 knucklehead friends.
I don't know if it's necessarily directing. It's more or less just remote commentary from the house. I figured, why not? And it was a little pricey to get to Syracuse, and we got a lot of stuff going on. So, yeah. It is what it is. We're having fun with it. But a full day on the mic here from home. At least I can go upstairs and say hello every once in a while to the kiddo and the missus.
Yeah, or continue to avoid them at all costs.
That too. Why'd you put it like
Whichever.
that?
Well, it's whatever it sounds like up top on what you're going to do. If he's screaming and crying, there's no way you're going up there to relieve the wife of her duties.
Yeah, touche there, bud. Touche.
Well, right. I'm also in the same situation. I gotcha.
Just put him outside and hope everything goes okay.
I can't really do that with my kids. They'll enjoy that until they die.
All righty, Olivia. She had to walk back off the line there for a second. 3 bulls.
OT's got to go shoot for this, right? It's a race to 1. She did not shoot for that, and that'll work. Big 7 mark from her.
Typical OT fashion. Letting them
Yep.
know.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and that first start from Heidi, I think it was further off than she wanted it to be, which is why she's stepping back. Kind of regroup here. I'm telling you, it's so hard to walk and throw at the same time, like Heidi's doing on that dart 3. It's it takes a lot of time to really get used to having to do that. And I say having to do that because that's a dartitis thing that she's unable to do otherwise. All right, so here we go. Damien
Clutch
for the win.
moments. Yeah, clutch moments here. He thought that was it, and he could be blocked here.
That could have counted either or, and it counted the wrong thing.
Yep. I said it could be a little bit blocked here. And
John Edwards winning darts in his hand, and he can do this.
dang right he can. He's a CSC player here.
Double bull needed.
CSC player here.
Moves over.
Oh, yeah, just chuck that dart. Just chuck it.
Oh. Does get the point lead back, but that might be the only chance potentially at that. See what OT does. She should go 1-1. Yeah.
She'll take a shot. She'll take a shot.
This is a big dart. And she hits it. Woo! That's one of those where you're like, you release, and you're like, please go in.
Please
it does. And they move forward in the bracket here in Division 3. And they move on to play a couple Yahoos. And Gabe Steffen, Matt Sorensen, and John Scogan. But it looks like we're going back to Indiana for Amy, Kayla, and Tanya taking on Clint, Rodney, and Tracy.
I've never seen this bar before.
Yeah, good old Night Owls. Division 19. So this is the bottom division, the very last division that we have here. So for anyone that likes to complain that we don't show those lower levels, here's Miss Tanya Summers.
Yeah, and this
all
will be
three of these players. Yeah, all 3 of these players from Indy, by the way, are better than me at darts. So when we say lowest level, I'm talking about myself here.
Yeah, well, it's good that we spread the wealth here. All-Star triples, PPD nationals. We do kind of work our way around, get some of those lower levels, see the upper levels as well. You know, we do have the CSC and the WCS, and who knows what we'll have in the near future. But it's nice to have feature days where we're jumping around and seeing everybody. You never know who we're going to see on the stream.
It's like a box of chocolates.
Never know what you're going to get.
Well, look at how far that went, right? That was a round out. They got to the 18s there in leg number 1. So leg number 1 goes to Clint, Rodney, and Tracy.
I just want to piggyback off that last conversation you guys were having real quick. Is a lot you're talking about how this is for the everyman to be able to have a chance on the stream and share the spotlight. Well, I actually talked with PPD's engineer there, Yepram, and we're working on making sure that it'll be easy to access the camera information for anybody going to the PPD website. So once you go on there, you'll be able to see not only all the locations on where you can find boards, but there'll be special markers ideally soon in the near future here to mark which ones are actually streaming locations in case you just want to go out there and watch, or go sign up for your remote tournament out of there and hopefully get on the stream.
There you go. Well, here is Amy stepping off here in this 0-1 leg. It's been a while since we've seen this. Seeing some 7-0-1 open in, open out. This race to or the one loss side of the bracket. And you saw Amy step up there and get a low ton right out the gate. So here is Tanya.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. Duty calls. I gotta jump on this other stream real quick.
All right, we'll be back quickly. I only have 36 more minutes left.
You're all good. All good. Thanks for tuning in for a little bit here, Will.
Yeah, I'll try to jump back in if I can. We'll see.
We will
All right,
see.
buddy.
See you
Have
guys.
fun.
Good luck, Will.
Bye. All right, so Will's going to go do his job.
Oh, lame.
Yep.
Hate to see it.
All right, so we're looking here. This is Kayla, who's going to step up next and shoot. Man, I don't know if I could do it. I could not wear a sweatshirt and play darts.
Yeah, that's entirely a northern thing. Obviously, Floridians will not be able to relate to this one almost at all.
That's fair. That's fair. And remember, Kayla's mom and dad are both sitting in the king seat of Division 14.
You know, there has to be a certain knack to dart families, right? I mean, like my dad got me into the game, but like I wouldn't say I come from a dart family by any means. But like you see these families out here, like the Ludies. Got it right this time.
Yep. Good job.
You get like the Ludies. You got the Mears out there. You got the Lysacs. You got so many darting families out there. I almost wonder if that's the success to being a successful dart player is just have everybody in your life also only do darts.
I can tell you, I come from a very big dart family. Just, Megan's mom and stepdad, Megan's brothers playing steel tip over in North Carolina still and keeping that running. Sister-in-law plays darts. Of course, Megan and I. Megan's cousin, who's coming in tonight, it's who I'm leaving for early. Tim, he played a league with me while he was here.
That's awesome.
And so Tim also, like, he was here for literally 6 months, and we made him join a league and play darts and learn how to play darts in 6 months.
Yeah, all my roommates have to play dart leagues. It's a rule, so yeah. I make them.
I mean, Indy has it all over. Most Indy families has husband, wife, and kid that are playing darts that are in the dart community, which makes it a lot bigger of a dart community. Tanya's husband, Mike, is a fantastic, more under the radar, good player in Indy. As you can see, the 115 low ton from Tanya.
Yeah, the power scoring right now from the Indy team is looking pretty strong here. Yeah. That's the separation right now is those two big low ton rounds. That's really done a lot of work for him.
You just got to watch out for the cricket legs, right? Those are the ones that are mean the most. You got two of those. I will say Kayla's also taking a playbook out of Brandon Neal wearing the white belt. Maybe it's the white belt power that's helping her out today.
I'm not gonna lie, because I have been looking at like white belts online and stuff, and like looking to see if I could do like a Brandon Neal outfit for this upcoming one. And I realized that would be disservice to anybody that can grow a beard. It's like that's the best part of the fit. Yeah,
Kayla was 72. That's good enough.
This Night Owls team combined 6.207. So just to give you guys reference, when we watched our Division 2 King Seat match with the Brandon Pritz team, that was a combined 11.16, and they're probably the top of Division 2 there. Yep. So that shows you it's literally a 5 to 6 mark around difference between teams when you look at top and bottom. But then when you're looking at individual brackets, you're looking closer to half a mark or less, depending on if you're the very top or very bottom. That's the only part where there's more variance.
Well, and you're going to see inconsistency at this level more so than you'll see at that top level, those top 2 or 3 levels. We will see it a little bit, but not as much as this. We will see literally legs where players on throws a 4-5, and the very next leg, it looks like they've never played darts before.
Sean Green
or
special.
get unlucky. Yeah, exactly. It's exactly what it is. It's why I'm so good at darts is because of just how inconsistent I am. And we're talking from like round to round. Like half the game, I could look like a pro, and then someone high fives me a little bit too rough, and I can't throw a dart for the next hour.
Well, not like I'm one that judge a dart player based off their darting abilities. But I will say when I met you, I was convinced you were just a 4-0 shot that was on vacation.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the last time I think I was impressed with your dart game.
Yep.
Was when we met.
Well, there was a first time for everything, and that was a first and only time for everything. Well, I mean, I gotta be honest. When I showed up to play that night in Florida, my game felt pretty good. I was like, oh, I feel pretty dangerous tonight. I shot pretty well too. Just some jerk named Nick beat me in the first round, and then we ran through a couple of matches. Thankfully for Adam, carrying me the majority of the time. But yeah. Good times. We get the beast, Mr. Jeremiah Millar, in here saying, "What is up, gentlemen? What is up, my friend?" To see Kayla stepping up at 92 now left. Just gonna try and make it handy. That's all you got to do here for your partner. 70 will work.
Yeah, good message.
Maya's got a tough test here in a week.
Yeah. I just would like to make that known that I had nothing to do with the randomization of the bracket here. Jeremiah, I want you to know that it is not our fault of what happened.
Don't get us wrong. Are we excited for it? We sure are.
Absolutely.
And I think that you really are too, deep down inside. I know Mike is. It just depends on who throws the best on that night. And I know that you have the game to beat him, and he knows he has the game to beat you. And so how's it going to go? That's the beauty of it. Maybe it'll be streamed. We don't know.
I was really curious there while that was going on, is that Amy went up there, hit the trip 20 and said the single, and it was like, and then decided to go for double 5 and hit a single 5 and then bust on the 12. I almost wish she would have attacked the 10, knowing that as long as you aim high on it, you can't bust. Leaving yourself a single 5 with one dart left is always a little tricky, especially at those nervy instances like this. You want to set yourself up for best possible misses.
I'm just going to say, I don't hate the move, and it's because her opponent was on a finish. I think that it allowed her to do kind of a trickier route that way it did not end up costing her partner, putting them on a weird number or something like that. I just think it better off. I think that Tanya would have liked 70 versus whatever she was going to give her. Oh, doesn't take it out. And so now 41 is going to be a little bit tricky.
Yeah, you just want to be careful going down the rabbit hole, because I will openly say, I don't care what anybody else thinks. Open out on a big single is harder than any double I've ever had to hit in a tournament. And I mean that. I truly mean that.
Yep. No, you're not wrong. It makes a giant segment look very small and very isolated. Especially when it's a single small number. It is why I will always tell people that when they have 115 left, you go bullseye 15 bullseye. You never go bullseye 15. That route is just, if you're doing that route, then you just have not played darts long enough to get burned often enough. But look at this, Kayla Ludi, 16 left. Well, she leaves the 5 and laughs about it.
Yeah, her face after the second dart was the same after the third, and I respect the consistency here, but you got to be careful.
Not gonna worry about that little guy.
Not gonna worry about that little guy. Not gonna go here for Tracy, but 5 now again was a tricky one. We saw Amy go down into the 12 last attempt at a single 5.
Yeah, but her first dart hit the 5.
That is true. We'll see what she does here.
Oh, she's too good. You're right.
Too good. And now 120 is the shot, and we're starting to get into the real dicey territory, because that dangled 5 reared its head once again.
And Maya, that is a fair statement that you'd be more excited to play in week 3 or 4, because you're moving along in the winner side of the bracket long enough to that point to where money has been kind of earned and guaranteed. But I think you'll also be the first person to argue that there's not very many easy first round matchups. Yes, you got one of the most difficult for sure. That hands down. But you're gonna have to beat them at some point. Might as well be early.
Yeah, some of these draws are like brutal, but it's easy to like conceptualize it and say like, oh, this is particularly bad. But I mean, especially with Division 1, like, don't get me wrong. Again, there's opponents that you feel more comfortable against, that feel more of your, like, you can ease into the match and you don't have to start off the gates running. But even then, like, these guys are all tough. I don't know about this. Tanya gets it.
And all Kayla is just breathing easier now because she realized she was the one who got him to that point, and if that's not taken out and the 28's hit, that can be a mental snafu for the rest of the day.
Yeah, well, not going to come into play here as they're into the diddle now. So this is a 3 dart count up you guys are used to seeing on our shows.
They'll play one game of cricket after this. This is just to see who starts. Oh, great dart from Amy. Ooh, great dart from Amy.
Oh,
how about this? Count them on up. 1, 2, 3 here in division number 19.
You can't tell me that Amy is having a good time. Look at the joy on her face for that shot. That was awesome.
Yes, Maya, quarter 4 definitely got the best draw overall. Yeah.
I mean, it got the best draw, but let's just remind everybody, there's more than just 1 week, right? Like the second and third week is where everything gets blown out of the water. Everybody can look and pick a statistical favorite, but as that diddle almost
140 on that diddle just beat a 1, 2, 3, and this is division 19.
Well, Muller asking why is it not seeded in reference to the CSC? I mean, if the only
That's
reason
not fun.
That's not as fun. I will wholeheartedly agree. Randomizing that bracket is so much more exciting, especially given the results we got this go. But also, number 2, let's talk about how averages come from DRTs, they come from PPD majors, and they come from PPD leagues. How are you going to seed based off different average sources? Especially because you'll see with Division 2 why some of the names rotate out. Is some of these players will like get a really high DRT average or a really low one right before qualification to bump themselves around. Usually unintentionally, but it's too hard to pinpoint seeding because it's like, what average are we definitively seeding from?
Well, and then the argument comes in of like, does the previous CSC Challenger Series take effect into the seeding? Like, why is it fair that Jules gets the number 1 seed for his first ever CSC Challenger Series over someone like Mike Maloney? And so that also, is part of there's no win situations. It's not that it's flawed, it's just that it's complicated.
It's complicated, and there's other variables there, Maya. That's what I will say. But here's my compromise to Jeremiah Millar and everybody else that likes to have a bad time. If you guys want Nick's unofficial seeding show where I just decide what people should be ranked, and I will sit in front of the camera and talk all 64 names, and I will rate every single one. I will do that as the unofficial seeding show. And Jeremiah, you're not going to be below the top 5, so that's pretty good.
Yep, that's fair.
Might be below Maloney given on the last match, but
and Maya, we're always looking to make changes to certain formatting and things like that, and we're in season 6. It's way better than it was season 1. That doesn't mean it's going to be still better in season 8 than it is in season 6.
Yeah, always open to changing stuff up there. I mean, that's the only way the CSC continues. One of our biggest fears going into this last season, actually, we talked about like, how do we prevent it from getting stale? Was like a big like behind the scenes conversation that we had. And the answer was to prevent it from getting stale was actually to start up a second show, get the off season more filled up. And that was what we decided to do at the time. But it doesn't mean that any changes aren't possible. Doesn't mean that we'll always have player advantage. Please, Jim Turrentine, I'm begging him. But also on top of that, like we will make adaptations and we will get things wrong and we will get things right. And that is one things with the seating is honestly, it's not a bad idea at all. But there's also more fun in revealing. I'm not gonna lie, that show that we did, Sean, the selection show, I thought that was a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun. The fact that we've only done that one other time now just floors me because the amount of viewership, first and foremost, was shocking.
Mhm.
The amount of people who had no idea that it was pre-recorded was funny to me, as I
Yeah, it
had
was
Danny
pretty
Baggage
funny.
trying to text me during it.
Well, Kenny Doyle also corrected me on one of the things I
Mhm.
said as well. I'm like, God
Yep.
bless the guys.
Yep. But no, the tough part for us was knowing for 5 days what the bracket draw was going to be. I did call it though, right? I said one of my major predictions was that there were going to be 2 matches that everyone was going to want to see week 1. And now, of course, the talk is potentially, maybe if it works out to where it works out, to have a double feature next Monday for the first time ever.
Yeah,
That'd be pretty cool.
it would be interesting when when that got mentioned to me. I was like, sure. I guess there's not really the only real concern I have with a double feature match is simply just it is incredibly hard, guys, to stay really focused on something, especially for when you're talking 2 feature length matches. And so my concern is always with commentary is not that you guys can't do it, but like it is hard to get that many hours in a row, and it's unlike our other streams like this where we have down periods where we can just talk for a while. The CSC, especially those Division 1 matches, sometimes you don't get a chance to talk, and you're only talking strategy. You're talking the whole season. You're talking the brackets. You're talking the matchups. It gets hard to stay that mentally sharp and focused for 4 hours, especially when you're working with like Sean and Will.
Well, and first of all, I'm going to guess that's just a huge compliment, so I'm going to take it. I will say that the one thing with me doing all of the things that I'm able to do with commentary is it does allow me the opportunity to get more used to doing certain things. And while I'm never used to doing 4 hours of intense commentary, it's definitely a challenge for sure. But with the CDC and the run that I have to do with them, where I get a 5-minute break in between matches, and otherwise it's 2 high quality players the entire time for 4 to 5 hours, it definitely allows me the opportunity to get better at something like that.
Oh, absolutely.
Same thing with like TOC. We'll have tournaments that are 4.5 hours of just consistent, amazing gameplay. The exhausting part is having to listen to Danny Baggage strategy.
God, I just can we address it real quick? Is there some trauma that happened in that commentary booth? Because like I was kind of in the room to the side, so I only got like little peeks here and there. Man, Danny really scarred you and Will, huh?
No. Honestly, we just make fun of him just because we can't do that. He did a great job. There's nothing else we can say than that.
Twist the knife. What? Come on.
I know. And Maya, you're absolutely right. The focus for you guys as players is maybe more so intense if you're trying to stay in that mindset. Now, you do get moments of relaxation in between games that you're playing, and sometimes the long breaks that you guys will get actually hinders more than helps in those types of situations. But yeah, you guys definitely have it way harder than we do. Don't get me wrong. Commentary is easy.
Yes.
I always call it the easiest job. So I was just really appeasing Nick's attempt at making it sound like it'd be really hard to do.
Yeah, I'm glad you felt the need to placate me, but listen, here's the real thing is the verbal focus as well. We have to sound as equally engaged, if not more engaged, as time progresses, and that's usually what we try to convey. Yeah, it's a wonderful close.
Indie team is really doing well in this leg.
Yeah, they're firing on all cylinders. All 3 of them seem to be holding down the same weight load, which is what you have to do in Division 19. But yeah, the mental focus and play for a player is way harder than anything. And we have one of the greatest jobs in the world. You will never hear us legitimately mean it when we complain about it. I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't get frustrated. There isn't problems like any other job, but we have the greatest job in the world. The only difference between us and a dart player, A, is usually the dart player is way better than us, and B,
1000%.
Is that focusing on darts is a little different than focusing on what you're saying to the masses. And it's a different type of mental fatigue. Not to discredit players at all. It feels no one gets it until they've done their first 10, 12-hour day in the booth, you know?
Yeah, it's much harder to be a player. But it takes some time to get used to doing the other side of things. It definitely does.
Clint here gonna try to save the run for the team. They don't want to get to that last chance bracket, especially because they're right at that sweet spot where if they win this match, I'm pretty sure they go right into the guaranteed third, fourth match. So good spot of the bracket to be. You really don't want to lose it out here. And needed to collect more of the 16s. Tanya, all she wants to do, get that close. Anything else is extra here.
Ben, I appreciate that. Again, it's the easy, good job.
That's it. At the end of the day, we're at our houses right now, our respective houses. It's not like we're at the same one. Don't know why I felt the need to clarify that, but I did.
Oh boy.
Tracy grabs the 17s there. I looks like she did actually move off the bold to closes. I honestly, in Division 19, don't have nearly as much of a problem as I do in other divisions. Like, you wouldn't normally want to close with this far behind in bulls, but I think if there was an opportunity to pave themselves out, it is based off missing the bull.
Yeah, and just at that point, it becomes a run on who can get enough bulls in a row quickly enough, and you just got to take a chance there.
Yeah, I mean, no one's ever going to like an 8-3 bull race, right? Like, it's not going to be fun. But right now, if Rodney went up and hit at least 2 bulls this turn, it does leave an outside chance. It forces Amy to have to hit the hat trick, right? I mean, you're not expecting to hit it. No, not even Division 1 is expecting to hit 6 bulls, but you give yourself these opportunities because the one time. It only has to hit once for you to look like a genius.
Catches it on dart 2. All right. Gets 1. Her job is done that round. Her 2 partners more than capable of cleaning it up. And if I'm Tanya, or if I'm Amy, I'm not expecting to come back to the line. I'm expecting my partners to clean it up there.
Absolutely.
Or something crazy happens with the other team.
She can go and order a drink at the bar.
Yep. See, Jess Holiday is sitting back there. Of course, the Ludies are going to be there off screen somewhere, rooting on Kayla. And they're still waiting for the finals of their division as well. But they'd be there anyway, if I know Kyle and Stephanie as well as I do, which I do. That's a tough first start. Now it's tougher. First and second dart. She's smiling at it. I can't believe she found a bull. That's honestly impressive.
Without moving, that was a very impressive dart to get underneath and find the right flight path there.
Well, Kayla, you get to be the hero then. Let's just send it to the finals of the 1-loss side of the bracket, where the winner of that one will move on to the 3rd place guaranteed, and the loser will move on to 4th place guaranteed. And waiting for them there is Michael Stewart, Corey Rich, and Jennifer Robles in Texas. Star City Amusements. Oh, maybe next time for Kayla.
Well, 6 bulls.
Yep.
We got back to the. I did say if there was a route for them, it would be the bulls on missteps. Amy is going to be keen to try to just shut it down here. You don't want to get any closer than it currently is, especially you don't want to get to the 2 dart area.
Well, and I'm expecting Amy to close it down here too. She's the number 1 player on the team. She's been the most consistent, really.
Well, here we go for the match. Oh, it's working itself the wrong way there.
Yes, it is. And I do like the fact that she's resettling herself in here. Trying to throw your best dart here. Well, it was great grouping, Amy.
It was. Round 17 here, so the round out really not going to come into play unless the worst case scenario really happens where everyone doesn't have anything. 5 bulls now is a shot for Clint, edging ever so closer. And I think if you put 3 bulls, it puts enough pressure on here. You have to really swing in on it and just commit to this one throw. Give it everything you got.
Yeah, Clint was looking for perfection there on those first 2.
Yeah, needed to settle himself a little bit and just say, hey, I only needed 3. That's all they need to do there.
All right, well, Tanya, 1 bull needed. Get settled in.
That is
not bad to adjust off of.
Exactly. And
there it is.
She does.
So they move on. You can see just off camera there would have been the Ludies. I see OT from the TO stepping up in this last chance bracket.
Yeah, they're currently in game 3 of the 3rd place match after they went ahead and beat the Wood and Nickel team, the Gabe Stefan-led team there. So did come out on top. Now they're in the 3rd place match tiebreaker. If Olivia's team wins this, then it goes to a last chance game to get into the final. If Olivia's team loses this, it is over. This is for Division 3, 3rd place match here. $321 for the losing team. Winning team will guarantee themselves $483 at worst case scenario. And of course, $642 for first place.
There you go. Again, over $32,000 in payouts today across the 19 divisions. Which is absolutely amazing.
That's a lot of money. We've said it enough. This is actually one of the only times where we don't have to say it's a record-breaking All-Star trips, but that's because last month was, for the record. There's only 30 teams left. So I mean, that's 90 less players, but there's still 304 teams. That's times 3. That's 912 players. It's a lot of players.
That's a crazy amount of players. Larry has a bit of a sidearm throw. Did you see that?
I did not see that, unfortunately. He does a little sidewinder there?
Yeah, he comes from his chest and just kind of, his elbow sticks out and just kind of pushes from his chest sidearm.
Huh. I mean, you see different players with you see a lot of different players do something similar with an idiosyncrasy like that. I think one of my favorite things to do whenever I'm bored at the dartboard, sometimes I'll try to imitate different players' throws. And anybody that can hit it with that sidearm there, man, all power to you, because that's some tough stuff to do.
Mm-hmm. OT, big 4 mark out of her. And I have been given a 3-minute warning, unfortunately, as Megan is continuously, she just said, I would like 5 minutes to get ready if I could.
Wait, can you do your Megan impersonation one more time for the fans?
No.
Please? Be really cool. Sean hates me, everybody. Well, hey, that's good or bad news for everyone in chat, depending on how you guys feel about listening to my sultry tones for the rest of the evening.
Let me look here. Bad news. All right.
And it's bad news.
Look at Damien. Kid's a killer. Boom goes the dynamite.
Guys,
I can hear her from here.
You can tell those are some friends playing darts together. That's what that was. That was awesome. That was awesome. As Alex says it, that boy Damien good.
Yeah.
He really is, though. He's hitting stuff.
And OT is going to shut it down right here. Oh. Damien was in his pose, too.
Well, this is looks like we're going to get that one last leg decider here.
Yes, it does. That looked good the whole way, even from here. He does get it done. And Nick, I hate to do this to you, buddy, but
listen, you can just say right now, just say I don't like Olivia Terry, and I'll let you go.
I love Olivia Terry and Damian Lofton and Larry Mead and Eric Bowers and Jacob Bauer and Ryan Eddy. I love them all, but I love my life more, and my wife will take my life if I don't leave here soon.
Well, hey, happy you're able to tune in and hang out. Appreciate you always, Sean. Going the way of the Will Stewart off to pretend to be doing something important. I respect it.
Well, it's not important, but I'm going to go play some darts a little bit. But we'll see how that goes.
Hey, family time is always important, brother. I'm sure everyone in chat enjoyed listening to your tones, and I enjoyed the good conversation as always.
Hey, appreciate everybody. Have a great night. Nick, all the best. Love you, buddy. And I will see you guys later.
Bye, Sean. Everyone say bye, Sean, in chat. All right, he is gone. So you guys are just stuck with me for now. So hello, everybody. Welcome in, and thanks for watching along. Of course, you guys already know Last Chance of Cider coming in here. So excited to see how this one develops, as it seems like Olivia Terry, Damian Lofton, and the other teammate there. Oh my gosh, sorry, Eric Bowers. That was rude. They seem to be firing on every single cylinder at the moment, and that's going to be really scary for any team with the prospect of playing against them right now, especially if you're trying to just stop them from getting into the finals. The heat's really on. So we're going to see. They're going to get set up here. So race to 1 is all you're going to see for this. So just a heads up, blink and you miss it type of situation here. In the background, we're going to get set up because we will have a few finals. I know if you guys tuned in last month for All-Star Trips, it was a pretty quick showing for us. Unfortunately, didn't get a chance to stay on and as long as we would like, as we kind of just missed everybody playing at Stream Bar. Just wasn't their day. Not the case today. We got, no matter what, we got Division 2 King Seat, Division 2 finals coming up on our live feed here from King Seat down in Florida. We might also be staying through and watch out the rest of Division 3 first, depending on how this one shakes up here. We got the Ludies over in Indy in Division 14, and the other Ludi still fighting in Division 19. So we got some darts, guys. We got plenty of darts today. So let me know where you're watching from, who you're cheering for, and who you got, and pretty much whatever you guys want to talk about, as I like the conversation. Oh, wait, Olivia's team, I just realized it looks like they're setting up against Shino's team for some reason, but they definitely came from the losing side of the bracket here. So we're going to go ahead. I'm going to shoot them over a message real quick here, just so that way they can, they should still have one more single game to play. Yeah, I think they improperly advanced there. Maybe one of them's. Yep, there we go. Now they're loading up Last Chance, so that they realize what happened there. They're gonna refix it. Yeah, just double checked. Yeah, it looks like they're getting everything reset there now. So just a little bit of confusion that happens when you're playing a Triple Elation tournament. Stephanie Luddy in chat saying, hey, yeah, indie teams, let's go. She's on that Division 14 team with Kyle and Brian. Division 19, of course, we saw with Kayla Luddy, and then we had Tanya Sommers and Amy Logsden. So excited to continue following those indie teams there. Yeah, so now they're all reset and good to go. They figured it out, or one of them tuned into live stream and heard me. In either case, it looks like we are all good to keep going here. All right, into the diddle. This is a very important one. If you're Jacob, Larry, and Ryan, you want to make sure you come out of the gate swinging. On the other end, though, I think that's but right now, best case scenario is the fact that Olivia, Damon, and Eric already thought they won. They already thought they were in the final. They're already kind of geared up for that final. And you almost wonder if they're going to let off the pressure a little too much, or if they psych themselves out a little bit. It'll really just come down to how this game goes to see if it affected them or not. Olivia Terry first start getting away from her on the 16s there and doesn't get the diddle there. So the Jacob-led team will start off. Here we go. Jacob Bauer. No relation to Jack, I presume, starting us off. Olivia Terry really wants to capitalize. Oh, she overdid it. Getting nothing there. Oh, that's going to be frustrating. That's going to be absolutely frustrating. Can't have a let off like that. Let's see if Larry's able to help out his team there. I'm seeing that sidearm thing that Sean was talking about there. Very peculiar, but hey, got that 4 mark, got that point lead, and has reset the tone for his team there. Yeah, we got a bunch of finals coming your way, guys. By the way, just a heads up there. I'm looking, and if Jake Smith's team wins, we could potentially be seeing them in the final against Brandon Pritt's team for Division 2. I believe we also have the Colton Versey led team there over in Illinois, over at ShotSpot, still doing work on our board over there. I believe, yeah, I was going to say also in Division 2 right now to play into that final as well. We got the Jason Topsky, Andy Zamora team from Union Lake Eagles. So yeah, we got no matter what, we should be able to have a 2-camera stream for that Division 2 final, which is what we will be covering next. So once this game finishes here, if Olivia Terry's team does win, we'll come back to the finals after the Division 2 finals. But it does look like the Division 2 finals will be going underway here next. Look at that from Ryan. That's a huge shot. You can see that's a huge celebration. Really won that one. Made that one connect. Damien fires right back with a 6. Keeps him alive, but with the 8-player rate up, I mean, it's going to be a quick close down. Excuse me there. As he wanted to get that 15 as well. Because those 15s are open, Olivia Terry here needs to pound in a 9. Really, anything less than a 9 is going to feel like it's just going up a little short. Especially when it's one leg do or die. And yeah, I think the not knowing their position in the bracket and setting for the final and then having to reset, I think I just threw them off because this last game that we watched them in, they were untouchable. They were absolutely incredible. And now we're seeing the different side of the Damien, Eric, and Olivia team here. And the team from Toledo in some trouble. Even with that let off from Larry here, Eric unfortunately going high and clicks on the last. Really needed 4 there at minimum to get it within 50 points, but still a great last start. It keeps him alive, even if it's an outside chance. The 3rd place match of Division 2 is currently in a last leg decider that's just about to start right now, as the team sitting in 3rd just got the first dip done on them. And so we're going to see if the Michigan team can beat out the South Dakota team in the background here to see who plays the Floridians in the final. 3 bulls needed. 1 more dart to do so. Doesn't quite get it done. So Olivia Terry needs to get the close on the bulls, and it needs 3 to get the point lead. So 5 bulls only gets a 1-point deficit which will not save them a dart. She needs 6, and really that's the only option. You can't even switch the 20s to use your marks more efficiently. You need to take the dart away, and catching the wrong side of the wire there. Yeah, some frustrating stuff for OT. And Larry Mead gets it done there. You can see some claps and some respect. So the Division 3 finals looks like it will be underway here. Unfortunately, because Olivia's team did not win and Shino's team is not playing at streaming location, we won't be able to watch that final. But we are going to be able to watch this 3rd place match here coming up. So give me a quick second here, guys, as I set this up in the background. Feel free to just chill and hang out in the meantime. Alrighty, guys. So looks like actually what we're going to do is pivot over here to Night Owls once again. There looks like they're having some confusion on their 3rd place last game decider over in the Division 2 area there. So instead of following along there, what we're going to do is just hang out here, enjoy some time with the ND team, give them a little bit more time in the limelight as we're down to our last few teams. Most of these teams sitting in king or queen seats. So we're going to watch this team fight it out here. If Amy, Kayla, and Tanya win this, they're guaranteed 3rd. If they lose this, they are guaranteed 4th. There is still one match after this, of course, for them because both teams only have 1 loss. So like I said, guys, we're going to stay true with this match here until the 3rd place match is done, since it's just 1 game of cricket that needs to get played. So we're just going to stay this match and then go straight to the Division 2 finals. And then after that, we'll also do we'll do some fun stuff there. I believe we also have Division 14 finals from Night Owls, potentially Division 19 finals if this team keeps fighting. And then we'll see if we can also potentially get the Division 4 finals. It all depends on timing from here, guys. But we're just following along with whatever great darts the darting gods decide we're worthy of. Alan asking, any of the South Dakota crews still going? Yeah, absolutely. You got Jake Smith, Drew Whittington, and Anthony Fisher. They're fighting. They're in the last leg decider right now to get into the final. If they lose, they go home or stay at the bar. It's really up to them. If they win it, they go to the final there. So if they win, we will see them in the final once this last leg finishes up, as that's the next thing we will be covering. Tanya there finding that first bull, wants to try to connect with all of them if she can, but what they're doing, and that's a great last start there. Low ton around and trips, regardless of Division 1 or Division 19, is the bar. If you can hit 2 bulls around as a player, you're doing your part on your team. And the fact is they're going against the throw, and they're currently above by 118 points. It's a good spot for them to be in right now, and it looks like Kayla's going to get the opportunity to further expand that lead. This could be a straight up 2-0 win. Only 30 points there for Amy. So Corey here. Let's see if she's able to shut down this gap a little bit. At this point, you're not really worried if it's a 384 versus 500 points or whatever it is. As the mentality of the player you need to be is just where your specific metric is on the team. All right, hey, my team's behind a little bit. Let's see if I can, instead of my expected 70-point turn here, let me see if I can bump it up a little bit. Let me see if I can dial in just that little so more. But you can't be psyching yourself out, especially when you're looking at Division 19 players like this. The players that do best are the most consistent, not the ones that have the best games of the day. And that's the ones that will always shine through. Right now, Tanya, last go had 2 bulls. This go has 2 bulls there, is showing that she's ahead of the pack right now. She's feeling comfortable. And you can see from her walk and her moxie there, that's what she's focused on. She's focused on just feeling comfortable, staying comfortable, and throwing good darts. And knowing that Kayla and Amy have her back is probably very reassuring. I would feel reassured. Oh, great double bull in that last start there from Kayla. Not quite at outrange, but now definitely in the danger zone. So Michael, Jennifer, all of them here, that again, they just need to stay calm. They need to stay focused here, but it's going to get ever so difficult when you're looking at a team that's consistently finding 1 to 2 bulls per player. And again, a no bull round there. The point gap is now at 200 plus, or at least it's about to be. Amy's just going to try to set it up. Nothing fancy needed. But of course, we know when it comes to the outs, that's where anything can happen. So I think her and the rest of her team are well aware with that last match scare they had that they just need to stay focused and really take their time on getting those last few darts in until you cross that finish line, until you see the checkered flag. So 168 does not have to go. In fact, I would prefer if we just stayed on the bulls for all 3. I don't think you need to go for it at all, unless you're feeling it. I mean, that's up to you. But I think with the partner fat bull open out type of situation here, you just kind of just dig deep on the bulls. You try to set them up. You could go for some fancy trips, but oh, she is going for it. Finds the first one too, up to the 20s now. You can see Kayla doing a little dance pointing up there. Oh, it gets away from her. So yeah, just clean it up on this last star. I think you just bullseye. You don't even have to clean it up and go to the 19s like you typically would see. So yeah, 113, not an ideal leave, but honestly, when you're looking at 50 to 100 points per turn, that wasn't 50 points poorly spent by any means. And she obviously was right in feeling it. The first start went in the 16. All right, 113's the look now. Still has an out, but again, I would prefer just stay on the bulls. Yeah, just stay on the bulls. Set up Amy. Amy's been the steadiest of all the hands when it comes to a lot of this stuff, it seems. So just setting up. Decides to go for the 20s in the last start there. 85, not my favorite leave in fat bull open out, because it utilizes neither the bull nor the open out part particularly well. You have to go for the trip 15 to double 20 or 2 big single 20s. If you hit a single 2 in there, a trip 2, it makes things really awkward. If you hit a single 15, then it's 20 for bull. It's just a little dicier when you have fat bull to be on 85. Of course, Kayla again did that switch purely to try to get more points on the board, and with the other team being on 281, it's a relatively moot point. Oh, and tries to leave the bull on the last start there. Goes high into the 10. You can see right there, the team's still having fun. And that's exactly what a good partner does, is exactly what Tanya just did there. Just have fun the entire time. It doesn't matter if your partner meant to do that, didn't mean to do that. It does not matter. Just have a good time with it. Just throw darts, have fun. I like that. Good teamwork there. You can see the difference in body language between the two different teams here. All hugging the wire, but perfectly fine. Goes right at the bull now. And does it, getting their third place advantage, 2 straight. Well done to the ladies from Indy here in Division 19 and a 29.27 for Tanya. Leading the pack by far and was really a rock star in that one. Did exactly what she needed to do. And they're going to be happy. They're moving on to that third place match when it comes time. So, yeah, no, exciting stuff for them. Let's go ahead and switch it on over here and take a look. We're going to be seeing right now the Michigan team versus the South Dakotan team. For Michigan, you have Andy, Jason, and Montana. And Anthony, Drew, and Jake over there for South Dakota. This is one leg. Winning team gets into the finals. Losing team is out to play the Florida team here. So this is who plays the Florida team in the final. The timing worked out well where we were able to see that Division 19 match before coming back to this, as this one has been a back and forth point battle. And let's be honest here. If you're the team of Jake, Drew, and Anthony, the South Dakotans, if you will, the South Dakotans wanted really badly to win this without losing their advantage. But now that they're in the last leg scenario, means that even if they win this, now they also have to complete a triple dip. They don't get that one extra cushion. So both these teams have a tall task in beating that Florida team. But both of them seem very much ready to rise to the occasion. Of course, this is going to be out of the Union Lake Eagles here over in Michigan. Most famously known for Brian Henry, amongst other things, probably. Drew does nail in that last start there and kind of shows the way this game has been going, which is back and forth. Now, Montana Tidswell here. Out of Andy and Jason, I do recognize. Don't recognize Montana, so I'm going to wager to say this is our first time seeing him on one of these remote streams, because I know I've seen Andy and Jason on these remote streams a lot. So playing that C position, curious to see what he's going to bring to the table on this one. Do want to give a shout out here to Division 1 final that's currently under place. That's going to be Jesse, Kellen, and Troy from Iowa playing off against Caleb, Curtis, and Fred out of Texas there. So congratulations to those teams, as our first final seems to be underway. And I believe our Division 3 final now should technically be underway. That would be Jim, Noah, and Shino versus Jacob, Larry, and Ryan there. Division 2, of course, we know we're waiting on this match. Division 4 final also underway here, it looks like. So it's going to be Jim Nolte, Brandon Sato, Robert Rash, so some Florida friends of mine, going up against Rob Chisholm, Jordan Clayton, and Daniela La Pete Smith. Yeah, I should have stopped at the Florida names. That's what I'm learning. I'm learning that from there. Apologies to all those lovely people from Missouri, as I definitely butchered that. So apologies there. This is why I normally have like Sean and Will read out all the names. They're like way better at it. And when they're not, I don't have to feel as bad about being as bad at it as I am. Well, it's looking ever so likely here that that the South Dakota team is going to reign true. It is currently going all in their favor right now. Michigan's going to need a miracle to get out of this. A lot of bulls. There we go, guys. Sorry if I'm getting a little quiet on you there. Normally you just have an extra friend fill in the tones here. But all right, well, you're gonna see it there. South Dakota does take that, and they will continue to fight along here as they are moving on to the final. So we're gonna take a quick moment here. So here's the play-by-play. What's gonna happen? I'm gonna try to show a little bit of that Division 6 final here, which I'm gonna set up in the background here real quick. While that is going on, we're gonna have that Division 6 final rocking and going. But because unfortunately the bar that we're featuring does have some very unstable internet, I don't know how much we will be able to actually show of said bar. Gonna hopefully show a fair amount of it though. And we're gonna hang out with that until the Division 2 finals ready. Then we're gonna go straight to there. So be back in just a moment, guys.
Get into darts, but you're not sure how. We can definitely help with that. We're A to Z darts.com, and we've been a darts specialty store for over 30 years. We have the greatest variety of darts in the country. But don't worry, we can narrow down that selection for you, whether you're a complete beginner or a full-on expert. We developed our own Colonial brand to offer an inexpensive line of darts, dartboards, and accessories, so you can get into the game without breaking the bank. Join our amazing community by going to azdarts.com. Introducing the classic standard Blade 6, the dual core version, same as the lineup from the Blade 5. However, when Moore's come out with an entire...
Alrighty, guys. So I actually did get things dialed in with the internet. It looks like finally at Q and Feather, which is the bar we tried to feature earlier. So we're gonna get everything quickly updated in the background here as we get everything going. As they are in the final here. This is actually Division 6 final, and I want to get a chance to highlight some of these players for a little bit while Division 2 is getting set up, because we will cover that final to completion as promised. But wanted to give some time in the spotlight to these teams here. So, of course, this is going to be Brandon, Nicole, and Stephanie. That's going to be the Neals playing together. Brandon and Stephanie Neal playing with Nicole Torres there from Nebraska. On the other end here for Iowan, Jason Hawkinson, gentleman throwing right there, which a lot of people have their eyes on right now for the CSE as he hits a 9 mark there. And then you guys have Chad Newman and Dave Bryce as well in this final. So excited to see this for a little bit. Unfortunately, again, we will have to cut our coverage partially short. Simply just because we got to make sure to cover our other final that just is now starting. But I want to get this game here because I know for the longest time I've been trying to get Stephanie Neal on our stream. Alan, don't worry. Drew moved over to live board. I sent the text message to him, but they're getting started in the background here. So while I'm setting up for their match, you guys get to at least watch this in the background here. Watch some great darts from some very talented people. Well, Brandon Neal there getting some points on the board after getting 18 out of the way, doing exactly what he set out to do. So it's going to be a little bit of pressure here. Hawkinson did hit a 9 mark on his last go. It's going to need to not quite hit much the same, but certainly would like to. Ryan Anderson saying, can't root for either team. Shoot well to both teams, Hawks and Neals. Yeah, I get those scenarios, man, especially with so many people. How big the dart community is, it is sometimes hard to pick a pony in the race. This one, though, I will say I'm cheering for Stephanie Neal here as the MVP, but cheering for a good match overall. Great close there from Brendan Neal. One of those guys that likes to take his time when he throws, by the way. very methodical in that sense. Backs off the line fully, will fully readjust, sometimes all 3 darts. I don't have as much of an issue with that, although I am typically a rhythm player myself. I do think it can lead to a lot of success. It does for him personally, as that full regroup led to a triple 20 there. And that's unbelievably massive. Because right now, I mean, if you're Brandon Neal's team and you're going into the scenario, you want to make sure you're done nice and efficiently here. They're coming from the loser side. I believe they might only have the 1 loss. And if that's the case, it's a level playing field from this win right here for the rest of this final. Or at the very worst case scenario, they're 1 of 3 steps complete to the triple dip, depending on if they lost or not in that 3rd place match, or went to the last leg decider, I should say. Gets 1 bull there in the last, but might not be enough to save this first best of 3 here. Or excuse me, not save the first best of 3. I am completely all out of shape. This would actually make it tied up and go to a last leg decider. Guys, normally I'm here to have Sean and Will yell at me. Chat, it's your job to yell at me today. Just want to let you know you guys have all been hired. Great last start there from Stephanie Neal. Again, I will always say there's nothing wrong, especially in triples, especially in remote, to be extremely heavy on the points. With 20-round cricket already being short enough, and then on top of the fact that there's so many darts in between. Julio, we're going to be going to the finals after this game completes here. We were setting it up and wanted to hang out and watch. This is Division 6 finals, but we are going to that finals in the King Seat after this game, not the match. Oh, look at this from Hawkinson. Well, oh, that last one was, I thought the last one was into. That was a beautiful dart there. 5 bowls from Jason Hawkinson to get things dialed in and keep them alive and potentially roaring in this. That's a huge shot. If they can win this, then what I said earlier about getting the match all evened up, it goes out the window. Then it goes, well, that's 1 extra win for the team in the king seat. And again, depending on if the Neal team lost or not in that 3rd place match going to the last leg decider does affect this. This could be match winning darts here. What would be a heartbreaking loss for the Neals. The 16s are gone. 2 darts for 3 20s to take this game and win 2 straight. And he gets it on the 2nd dart there. And a big celebration. Yeah, big claps, big signs of respect from the teams. And I want to say that they only need the 1 win there. Well, I'll keep my eye on the background just in case. But from the hugs and celebration going on in that room, I'm gonna guess that team did the job. So we're gonna head over to that Division 2 final now. Going on over here. So they're still in that first game, guys. So we did not miss much as we're underway. And I'm going to go ahead and get the South Dakota point of view set up for us in the meantime. So do apologies there, as I will need to set that up. I can only show so many bars at a time, guys. I'm just one little streamer guy. But we're in game 1 of what is going to be a very exciting final that we are going to cover till completion here. And I'll keep my eye on that Division 6 final in the background. So I'm going to set that camera perspective from South Dakota. So you guys just chill out, hang out for a minute, and be back in the action in just a second. All right. So it looks like we do have both perspectives of that bar up and running for us, guys. So looks like we do have both things going. So appreciate your guys' patience there, as looks like it should probably be on the right bar at least. As Oh, I think I hear the voice of someone. I don't know if it's God or something else. Who do we got here?
That would be William Stewart. How's it going, buddy?
Oh, dude, I was losing viewers like nothing without you. I needed you.
I could only imagine. No, we had a second. I'm still in the background of the other stream, but I figured I'd just jump in real quick while I got myself on mute, and we don't have any matches. So yeah.
Can we just talk about the level of work ethic to be in as many different states as you are right now virtually? I'm just saying that is impressive.
We're trying. It's just about making everybody feel a little bit of value, and there's multiple streams that I feel a part of with the PPD obligations, Partners Promoting Darts, as well as USA Darts, and so on and so forth. And just because I cannot be in Syracuse this weekend, I chose to try to spend more of the weekend with the family. And yeah, so what? I'm on the remote commentary mic. I'm still able to just walk upstairs, say hello, and enjoy that family time. So why not? Bring it on.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, hey, just to fill you in on where we're at, where this is the finals, Division 2, first set of the final, where the South Dakota team has 2 losses. So they're going to have to triple dip if they want to come out on top.
All righty. So South Dakota, 2 losses. They win. If they lose this best of 3, they're out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, which right now the game number 1's looking in Florida's favor.
And a little bit duller at the wooden nickel, not that bright light we're used to seeing. Maybe they enjoy it just a little bit less bright there.
Yeah, well, all eyes are on this now. That's the last team I believe that's still playing in the bar in general. So, whoa, what was that? Did you just see that?
Yeah, I don't know what that was. Did he throw that dart?
Yeah, I mean, did I miss the timer being low or something? I don't think so. Was he trying to do a no look?
I don't know what that was, but as a single 5 is what it counted as.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that one was there. Which you don't want to be leaving the South Dakota team, because everybody in the bar, the lights are off and they're all just looking at the stream board right now. Everybody, I mean, you love to see that from these bars supporting their own. Sergio will grab that one there. So getting their team to match point. If they win here, it is over, and the Florida King Seat team will be your Division 2 champions. If Anthony, Drew, and Jake win this, they take it to a tiebreaker to send it to another best of 3 after. You guys can tell I'm in All-Star Triples / Nationals mode, which is where I won't remember to switch between each bar. That is just not going to happen. Forget I can do it half the time.
Well, it's tough to do when you're semi alone in this bad boy, as I'm taking care of multiple things at once. So, yeah, I mean, we can't blame you there, buddy.
You can, but I appreciate you being nice to me.
Yeah, I'm going to try. This Drew stepping in here with the advantage. Can go 19s if he so chooses. I would attack these.
Yeah, they're going to be locked in here. I expect Drew played amazing when we saw him on the stream earlier, and Jake's been playing at that 5-0 standard the whole time. Even in that last match where they were scrappy in that 3rd place match, it's going to be a handful. And if Brandon Pritz is not going to start off with at least a 4 or 5, it's going to lead to a lot of very troublesome scenarios, as we're seeing here.
Anthony, eyeball these 18s here, you think? There's no reason to go at anything else other than if you hit a triple.
Yeah, he wasn't able to close it there, but that's 2 marks closer to causing that separation for their team. The 3 house advantage in points. Sergio, a 3-4 on the books player, is going to need everything he can get there, and only gets 3. So I think right now South Dakota's doing just about everything right, other than maybe I don't know, too much air guitar. It seems there's a lot of air guitar going on back there.
They're jamming back there.
They are. Oh, Ray Morgan back there calling for the switch back up top, but nope, that was a great move there. Jake Smith, big 7 mark there to rush things along double fast here in this second leg. Now, Will, since it's just you and I here, and definitely nobody else watching along right now, as we're probably getting a last leg decider here, can I ask you, was my Jake Smith dark horse pick unreasonable or reasonable? Tell me why or why not.
Well, I picked Jake as well. I think that's a pretty good pick. But it's a tough bracket that he's in, so we'll see. Why?
I just wanted you to say that I'm right because I knew you had a similar opinion, but that's cool too. You could somehow skirt around saying Nick's right. That was awesome. The one thing I got to say, and I don't know Anthony Fisher very well, but I do know enough South Dakotans are watching, is that with the lights off like this, when he's back there, it looks like he has the weirdest haircut ever because of the way he's wearing his hat, and it's been throwing me off this entire time.
It's the Ninja Turtles jersey for me. I tell you what.
That's like, I wear that jersey out every time. Once a week, I probably wear that jersey out.
It's a goodie.
I love it. I love the awkward conversations that come with it too. So is this like you're a big Ninja Turtles fan? No, not really. Oh, so why are you wearing it? Oh, it's like a darts thing. Where's the darts? Shut up. All right. Listen, that's how that conversation goes every time.
About started commentating on a match at the Syracuse Open there for a second, so I had to check myself before I wrecked myself. Whoopsies.
Boy, that would have been funny.
That would have been good, right? Will,
honestly, it would have been impressive because I would not have stopped you. I would have let you ride for way too long.
Smith does get a low ton there. So it takes the advantage of throw.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. It's gonna be a long grind for him here. To get through, they have to get through this. They have to win another best of 3, and then a single game. You can't think about all that, but it's going to be a factor. I mean, they know they have a lot of tough darts to still throw. Do you want to give a shout out as well to Brandon, Nicole, and Stephanie, unfortunately falling second there in Division 6 to Chad, Dave, and Jason. So that was the final that we got to catch there. There was not an extra loss in play. So just want to let everyone know we did not miss it. We actually did get pretty much all that last leg of that Division 6 final. After this final, I believe we do have some other goodies coming your guys' way. But we're kind of play by ear, knowing how this triple elimination goes. We'll kind of see where things lie after a good round or two.
Who's going to get the upper hand here, Nick? That's the ultimate question. Because Brandon and Sergio and Steve have the big time advantage, and they just stole away the upper hand.
Steve's feeling it. I don't know Steve that well. I know these other guys a little better. Steve's feeling good right now. He's showing a lot of high energy body language. We'll see here. So I'm trying to look in the background here to see which matches we might be getting next. Well, again, obviously completely dependent here. And I do think the South Dakotan team just look really strong right now. So we'll see what they're able to bring to the mix here. Sergio really wants to make that hurt, but that's a 4 mark. You're coming in the books as a 3-4. You go up on your turn and you throw a 4 mark. Guess what? You did your job. If I'm your partner, that's exactly what's running through my head. You did your job.
You're exactly right there, Nick. You did your job. We'll see who's going to get the job done here in this leg, though. Will it be the Florida boys or the South Dakota gents?
I will say I feel bad for Brandon Pritz here. Maybe you can relate because I thought he was a sponsored player, but he's throwing some like random flights from like the street that says like the Gambler on him or something. Like he had to have gotten those at Goodwill. I'm just saying. Let's see. Steve's really been feeling it. See if that continues into here. Knowing that Anthony Fisher's behind and he's been the strugglesome player here, I wouldn't be opposed to Steve more so just kind of laying up a little bit. He doesn't necessarily need to take a swing. He does decide to take the swing of the 17s, but being up just a small margin, I think personally in his position, padding a few more points and then leaving that decision for the C versus A player probably is more fortuitous.
Agree there.
Yeah, because even there, he shot 119, went to the 17s, went back to 19s. If you're going to take one dart to close 2 at the point, that's fine. Just shoot it in that order. Give yourself a little more comfort, a little bit better ability to get a feeler out there, feel the range, not have to readjust for each number. But it's okay. Still got 2 marks on those 19s there, forcing Anthony here to have to stay till he hits at least 3. He's not happy with that one, but it's up to Sergio to punish Sergio here. If I'm Brandon, if I'm his partner, hey Sergio, go on those 19s, and once you hit a trip, you can do whatever you want. I don't want you to do anything else until I see 3 19s on the board, and that's kind of the mentality he had, knowing that Jake Smith's right behind. He's been throwing in that 5 range. Yeah, and that's not the turn he needed. This might hurt a lot.
Think so. Oh, definitely so. The bar's calling for it. He's calling for it. Sean's not here to call it, so don't even ask for it.
Yeah, I was like, are you waiting for me to say it? Like, that's not the right guy. No, that was a huge shot there. Jake Smith.
The correct answer is it's not happening, folks.
It's not happening. Well, Brandon Pritz going to try to fire right back as well as he can. Hit a 7 on his last go, hits a 7 on this go. Brings it back within 3, but things are getting a little dicier in a leg where where starting to go Florida's way is slowly shifting back. Oh my God! How about another
big hit? Back to back 9s.
Yeah, South Dakota doing everything right there. Yeah, Steve's just going to have to continue to open on these 16s. But see, this throw compared to his other throws where I feel like he kind of psychs himself up, he just kind of threw with a lot more consistency and rhythm and it led to a 5 mark. I think in his other turns, you see him amp himself all up and some of them fall flat. I wonder if he's realizing that might be the case and his teammates are saying, hey, slow it down there. Slow it down. You're doing just fine.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here.
Oh, wow. First start. Oh, you blew it, Anthony. You blew it as he hits a big 7 mark with a huge let's go there, by the way.
You know how massive that is. Just trying to keep themselves in the mix.
Well, Right now, South Dakota, again, feeling like they're doing everything right. I believe they are. They have to complete another best of 3, assuming that they finish out with this leg, and then win a single game after. Right now, Florida needs to snap out of it and their movement there, because they're looking like they're going against the tougher team.
I would say so. Nick, I hate to do it to you, brother, but I gotta join back in here. So it's been fun, buddy.
Hey, always a good time with you, Will. And if I hear one more person say it's been fun, and by the way, I'm leaving you, it's gonna make me feel like I'm on speed dating again. I'm just saying. I'm just kidding.
Buddy,
just
I'm
kidding.
sorry.
I'm just
Been
messing
fun.
with you. USA Darts, everybody tune in over there. Syracuse Open.
See you later.
Yeah, so they'll be right back setting up the board again real quick. They are. And then we'll be able to continue covering this final here. Oh, yeah, that was the lovely voice of Will Stewart. Originally, we planned on having Will and more, but he obviously has his obligations with USA Dart. And honestly, I told him, I was like, hey, man, you're good if you need to go take care of what you need to take care of. Like, don't worry about it. And he's like, well, I told people I was going to be here. I expect to be here, and I'm going to try my best to be here. And certainly respectable, because I know he wears a lot of hats, and like I jokingly complain about it. Will has the hardest job at all times, and I will never want to do anything that he usually has to do, because that guy works way too hard. It's actually disgusting. But here we go. On to the diddle here for this one, part 2 of potentially 3 parts for our final. Brandon Pritz there does collect the 19s and last, but 78 just means 4 20s will do it. Yep, just needs 20 points now. Or left side of the board. Jake, what was that? You can't do that. Oh, you just go left side there. He went for the bull, just chucking it there, and that was one of 3 things there he couldn't hit. It was a 1, 2, or a 3. Or sorry, a 1 or a 2. And so the big critical error there, I don't want to harp on too much. He did switch to the bull. It wasn't like he was throwing the 20, but you kind of chucked that last dart and you just gave away a throw of which that they need to win this best of 3, and the 0-1 game usually goes to who's starting first. So the throw is very important here. In that case, though, Brandon Pritz says something along the lines of, come on, I almost got it, and then walked away. So Jake Smith is no harm, no foul if he's able to open big here. All right, 6 marks will do. I won't harp on you too much there, as Jake Smith does get that close and some points on the board. See, Steve right now is kind of psyching himself out. He's kind of doing that multiple setup. I'm really hoping that these next 2 darts he throws in rhythm. You can see that's dead on to where he was going. And dead on. I really think if Steve gets a chance to watch this back, that's where I would focus on, right? Is like, hey, I can hit some good shots. Now, what if I just dial in and get that first dart under the same consistency that these second 2 are? He'll feel way better about his dart game in general if that's the case, if that happens. Oh no, Sergio needs to collect. Oh, and that last start there. None of those were far off the mark, but that's the wrong time for that to happen. Anthony here has no real pressure on his back, right? I mean, your goal right now is just to open up a number, get something going. Just keep it going, I should say. Austin Braswell saying just triple dipped to win Division 8. Congratulations to the second best Braswell for that one. That team over there is going to be the team of Tanya Ortiz, Austin Braswell, and Melissa Jensen. That did take down Dennis Ducrame. We always say that wrong. And Heather of the same name, and Rich Forkey. Believe we also have our Division 1 winner there. So the team from Texas does complete the triple dip over Jesse, Kellen, and Troy. It's going to be Caleb, Curtis, and Fred. And in Division 3, we also have our finals winners there. Jim, Noah, and Ashino hold their seat against Jacob, Larry, and Ryan. You're going to see these results keep pouring in. So I'll read just the top 5 there. So we got, of course, in Division 4, Daniela, Jordan, and Rob over Jim, Brandon, and Robert. So just a little updates on some of your upper divisions there. Division 2 final, of course, we are watching until completion here. And I believe we also will get at least one other final after. Which one that is, we may never know. Again, do apologize about some of these switches here getting stuck on one side or the other. Unfortunately, with the 2-bar setup, plus watching to see which finals we're getting next, plus checking in on other divisions, sometimes it's a little hard to keep track of all of them. So if you guys notice that the bars aren't switching back and forth, it's because I'm out of the habit because I haven't had to do it all day. So that's why that's going on. As right now, look at this from the South Dakotans. Triple 15 and double singable away from taking the first leg here. Finds the 15 with ease. And was right there on the wire. You can tell, though, everybody in the bar is fully engaged in this match. Kingseat has another team still in, I believe. We still have a team fighting in Division 14 there. Going to be Cameron's team. I believe they actually just got back. Yeah, they're in the finals, I believe. So that's going to be against the Indy team of Kyle, Brian, and Stephanie. And then the Florida team of Gary, Dave, and Cameron. Unfortunately, it does look like on the streaming board right now, obviously we have the Division 2 finals on the Kingseat side streaming board. And then on the Indiana side streaming board, it looks like they have their Division 19 team that is currently, I believe, actually just got their ticket. Or they're in the last chance now to get into the final, excuse me. So that's what's going on there. So unfortunately, won't be able to see Cameron's team, but congratulations to them on getting to the finals. Drew here. One bowl. So South Dakota, if they can win this one game right here, since it's a last leg decider, otherwise they're gonna have to win 2 games of cricket in a row. If you're the Florida team, all you're thinking about is bullseyes right now. You want to get yourselves back to that match point scenario. It's a tough game to break in, especially if you're firing on all cylinders. So Brandon here, just gonna try to settle in and throw strong. You can see there, like, first and second are on the wire, just really showing the signs of frustration. Last are just lost focus there. I really have to say, like, and again, I've only watched Brandon a little bit, but if you just focused on throwing all 3 and then having the reactions before and after, I think he's a good shot. He hasn't been playing bad in this final. That's a difference maker. You can see there, Jake threw that first start at the wire, didn't even blink and just kept going. And I think that is the difference maker. And I think Brandon probably would have done the same there. It's a huge let off, and it does put the pressure on Steve, but Steve's not going to be shy here. He knows, okay, well, it's my job. I'm going to go up, hit 2 bulls, maybe 3 if I get an extra one, and call it a day. And just, that's all you can think about. You can't get caught up in anything else. Held that first start just a little long there. Climbing his way up. Really needs 1 here. Does get 1 great last start there from Steve. Great second dart there from Sergio. Doesn't collect on the last though, so 120 plus point difference, 126 point difference right now is the separation. Anthony knows, okay, let's drill it in. Let's see if he's able to do so here. And does go ahead and bank into. You can see the big point there because, again, it's the two bowls that do more than any hat tricks can really do in this format. Brandon trying to recover off the lax start. Does fire in a hat trick there. Great recovery from Brandon Pritz. And you can see there, had a lot more focus, seemed a lot more dialed in, a lot more collected there. So good stuff there. Jake here, hat trick to leave 180. Which wouldn't have to go. Not going to be able to leave it, but can just continue to bring it down. Again, two bulls around, gets the money. Good shot there from Jake Smith. See, the bar's watching pretty intently. Steve knows he can't set up and out here. He has to get it to where Sergio can set up Brandon. That's going to be their game plan as a team. So he wants to find at least two here. Gets one. Can get one more. Does get one more. Great shot there from Sergio. 307 means that a hat trick to leave 157, although not the easiest thing to do in the world. Definitely still leaves them an opportunity and forces Drew now to have to set up his partner Anthony. Great first start. He's going to try to stack right on it. And the second. And the third. Drew not going to make it easy. 64 left. 150 scored. Great shot from Whittington. Sergio here has to leave it out now because of that shot. Won't be able to do so after the first start. Yeah, that's a frustrating situation there. Does regroup. Last are unfortuitous, but still well thrown. But right now, South Dakota might just go ahead and take it to a last leg decider right here. They'll get 6 darts for 64. Oh, and he gets it in 2. Anthony Fisher lets out a roar. But you can see there, that's what a seasoned veteran is, though, is Jake Smith going up there. And the only one that where he's happy his partner hit it, gave him a little pump, a little nod there. But what he's really thinking that whole time is, all right, now this is the hard part. All right, well, let's go one more. All right, here we go. As we got a little dude hitting the gritty. Oh, yeah, look at that. Look at that little dude hitting the gritty. Let's go. Let's go. There we go. As Drew goes down for a low 5 and the kid tries to blow right past. That's awesome. Oh, and you see Anthony there calling for the triple. Oh, this South Dakota's feeling good right now. We'll see what they got in store for him. As right now Florida's setting up the board. You can see Jake here getting a quick practice throw in. As yep, it's loaded in. They're not going to waste any time. It is one game, guys. It is this game that matters. All those other best of threes that they just played are completely irrelevant. It comes down to who wins this diddle and who starts off strong. Who you got here, guys? Great last start there from Pritz. His last diddle being a 78, wanted to recover. And, of course, Jake there won't make the same mistake twice on hitting the single one. He'll hit a triple. I'm sorry, Jake. I definitely tricked your darts into going there. That is my fault. Yeah, Jake there not able to secure that diddle, only tripping in the last there. So Florida team will get the start in this last leg decider. Last time this happened, Brandon Pritz started off with a 2 mark. Will he start off with 3 or more, get the close? That's going to be the question here. He's all amped up right now. You can see it. You can see it right there though. That's a killer look, and he knows that this start is the most important one as it's the last one of the day. What do you got for us, Pritz? That's a great first start for him. You can just go ahead and work up on it. Yeah, and you see there. The after the first start, and he has a lot to say towards that camera. And I will say, it was that first dart. He was frustrated and kind of like slowed down and like second guess when really he throws that first dart and his brain should be, oh, great, just do that again and I'll follow that dart. When you break up your concentration like that, you're typically losing a lot of that muscle memory momentum. Jake here only able to capitalize with a 4 instead of a 6 this time, though. So a little bit of a let off. But now Steve, his only goal here is going to be close 19s, close 20s if he can. Preferably both. Does get the 20s. Single 19 need. This would be a huge shot here. And that's a great shot. That's a great 4 mark. It might not be the cleanest looking 4 mark in the world, but that's a huge shot to have to hit there. Drew has been on everything, though. So let's see if he's able to snap right back. Opting to go for that 17-19 battle. Is going to be forced to stay there. That last one getting away from him. Oh, no. This is a nervy final here. Uh-oh. We'll see what Sergio is able to do with this opportunity. He's going to be a little bit of the outlier here. Needs to get at least a single here. Needs to close that gap just slightly. Yeah, and just hands the opportunity back. As he says, frogs. I don't know why he said frogs there, but he definitely said frogs and nothing else. Anthony Fisher, he might be in the C position, but he has been clutch these last 2 games we've watched him in. Given an opportunity here, he just needs to pound on those 17s. Anything else he hits is bonus. Goes right, the 19s there. Super aggressive, and I don't know if that's the right spot to do that in. I think you have Brandon Pritz behind you. You basically have an open number to shoot at. You load it in here because if Brandon Pritz snaps out of it and throws a 7 or a 9, it's danger zone. In this case, though, it's going to be all right. But if he would have stayed all 3 at the 17, would he be up right now by a couple points? That's the question. Because then that means Jake would have been up going into this leg or going into this turn. I expect here triple 17 into 2 19s. It's going to be tough if he doesn't first start trip, though. Decides to just go ahead and stay there. Yeah, I think you have to. You absolutely have to stay there after if you don't trip that first start. If you do, you go for the aggressive close, put the pressure on Steve to open upstairs. But now Steve's just going to put focus on those 19s. I don't even think a 6 mark would make me move off him. You can see I think all these players to some degree are feeling it. The only one that hasn't shown too much signs of pressure from body language so far is Jake Smith out of all 6 players here. I think every single one of these players has shown the nerves or the intensity. I mean, you can see here, Drew has the hat off. He was letting out some roars. Anthony's fired up right now. Jake's the one that's probably the most collected out of everybody. He actually, and typically when he says that he's the one watching darts, and that's a great switch up there. You can see his partner's call for a minute. But when you see Jake and he's watching his teammates, he's not worried because he has full trust in his partners. He actually only ever gets worried. The most trust I've seen was him watching Hunter play in the women's CSI final. Or, excuse me, was it the CSI or the CDI? It was the CSI. No, it was the CDI. It was one of the two. I think it was CDI. The TOC was a long week. And I think he's watching Hunter play in the CDI or one of the other. Or maybe it was the women's finale. You know what? I correct myself. It was the women's finale. And so he was watching the women's finale and he's like, this is more stressful than anything I've ever played in. And just cheering your significant other on and playing with them is so hard. But otherwise, he feels like he's just cool as a cucumber and he's showing it right here. Brandon just trying to work his way in. Oh, unfortunately, that last start didn't collect. Yeah, that's going to be frustrating there because that gives Jake this perfect opportunity to take the whole game over. Might not hurt too much, though, on the wire. Decides to just go ahead and switch off early and then goes back up. Again, personally would have preferred if you're going to stay up there, but it's still a 5 mark at the right time, and you really can't complain about it that much. Steve not happy with that first start. Needs to find some 18s here. They are going to go away this turn regardless now. Any points matter. So Drew now, his only goal is to close the 18s. Anything else he hits, it just further advances his team. Oh, that's going to help a lot. 15s to make the crowd erupt, and it doesn't quite go. You can see they were all ready to roar. They were ready to let it go. Oh man, the Florida team knows this is all we got right now is Sergio hitting a big round the 15s. That is their first of a multi-step process to get back into this. But it's looking very strongly, giving off all the body language here that South Dakota is about to complete this triple dip. Here we go. Brandon Pritz going to try to fight back on the Bulls. I just want to confirm with you guys, but I'm thinking, if I'm not mistaken here, that we're going to get one more final after this, as all the other ones seem to have already started, especially the ones at streaming bars. But you know what final we're going to get? It's going to be a juicy one. It's going to be good. It's Division 19. So we're actually going to get our second highest division, and then we're going to get our lowest averaged division here. So we're going to get good range of coverage. Jake there finds the first bull, gets the second bull. The kid's already hitting the gritty again and hits the shot there. South Dakota completes the triple dip, and there you see the signs of emotion from Jake Smith. You can see some love and respect here between the teams. You can see some smiles real wide right there, especially on Anthony's face. They are happy with that as they complete the triple dip. Drew letting out some slaps. Jake saying, come on, what's up? You can see the kid over there hitting the dance moves again. Look at that. Oh, they're all hitting the gritty now. What have we done, guys? No. Oh, we've all hit the gritty. The lady back there is like, oh, look, I got on the phone. You ready? So awesome stuff. Congrats to South Dakota there on a big win. And all right, guys, we have one more match. We have one more. All right. I see more of you tuning in now than we've seen all day. And I want Division 19 here. The teams of Kayla, Amy, and Tanya to get all the support. And I want Cheryl, Brittany, and John to get all the support here for Division 19, as that is going to be coming up right here on our stream board here. So we're going to get that set up real quick. We're going to get that perspective from Night Owls over there in Indy. So excited to see them on the stream once again. As they are just setting up the board there right now. You can see some pictures getting taken there. And let's go ahead and hop on over here. This is going to be Night Owls over in Indiana for what should be a great Division 19 final here. Seeing a lot of let's go boys, good jobs and congrats. Yeah, I mean, that to triple dip is so hard to do, and to do it in as convincing of a fashion as they did. They looked incredible. I have to have my hearts out there for the Florida team. Obviously, it's frustrating to get the king seed and lose the advantage, get a little too hyped up in the moment, or sometimes darts just didn't go your way. But considering how hard these tournaments are to final in them, A, you're still getting those points that you desperately want. That's really why we're all here. And B, you're still getting some pocket change back, maybe a little money on top of the bar tab, depending on how much you drank. It's a good time, and they should hold their heads up high saying, hey, you know what? To make the finals, to win the King Seaside in Division 2 of one of the biggest remote tournaments, be proud. Enjoy that. As I'm concerningly seeing a little bit of lag here from our Indiana bar, but hopefully It's just because Will Stewart joined Discord and nothing else.
That's probably what it is.
Probably what it is, right?
I'll hop back out if I need to, but
Well,
have a second in between our finals.
yeah, I was going to say this is our last final here of the day. We just finished Division 2 final, watching that triple dip. And how about our bottom division here? Division 19 final. So we finished the Division 2 final at as Division 19 final is starting.
Love that. Perfect timing.
Yeah, it looks like we are having a little bit of lag here from the indie bar. So if you guys see the board disappear for a second, it's just because I'm dialing it in the background here real quick.
Well, hopefully we're able to feature this one a little bit more. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll try to tune down the graphics here.
Yeah, sometimes let's be honest, sometimes the internet doesn't want to really cooperate with you, which is part of the game.
It is. But hopefully we'll get to feature it. Yeah. Every other final obviously is currently underway or about to be underway. Honestly, the fact that all 19 divisions are starting their finals within 30 minutes of each other, an hour of each other, is kind of crazy.
Just a little bit, buddy. Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Hey, and good news to everybody in chat. I only have cameras at one of these bars, so I can't mess up the switching this time.
Heyo.
Let's go. 6 mark open there for John. That's going to be very dangerous in this division, as most teams in Division 19 are about a combined 6-0 as a total. So to hit a big round that early on is so good at setting a precedent for what is going to be a long battle. Of course, I do want, because I know all you indie people are going to be tuning in here, to just go ahead and at Sean Green whenever something cool happens for the Indiana team, as that way he'll feel bad for leaving. He loves his indie teams.
Couldn't have said it better yourself, buddy. Got that? That was funny, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Oh man. Did the South Dakota boys win that one?
Yeah, they did the triple dip. They went the long way.
Oh my goodness. What a performance by those gentlemen to get the job done.
Yeah, it was quite the showing. And the fact that they took that second best of 3, the one where 0-1's in the middle, 2 straight, I mean, that shows how good they were feeling, right? I mean, that's hard to do, to take the 7-0-1 game in the high divisions of this.
All right, Kayla, let's see what you got here, girl.
Well, Kayla's family currently playing in the Division 14 final in the same bar next to him.
Oh, so, hey, love that.
Yeah, not Brian Cook. I don't know if he's related. Stephanie and Kyle Ludi currently playing the Division 14 final next to him.
Family affair.
That's it. That's a darting dynasty. If you eventually you have 19 family members that play darts and you get a finalist in each division, that would be the true feat.
Nick, I love you, buddy. See ya.
Bye. You guys, that wasn't even a joke. He actually left. That's so funny. Oh, honestly, after that mic drop of a comment for me, I don't blame him. This really does feel like being picked last in kickball, though. So what's interesting is those marks on the 16s here. How much focus does that draw either of these teams to shoot at them earlier than they otherwise would? Like right here, Tanya, she could get the second house on the 16s and potentially get a point lead with a combination of hitting 16s and 17s or staying on the 16s. Here opts to say for the 17s. I really want her to take a shot at the 20s earlier rather than later here. Leave those 16s for later. Those are bonus if you get blocked out. Don't worry about those for now, and try to get shots at those 20s as soon as you can. Cheryl here, on the other hand, she needs to just defend the high ground. You got to stay up. You got to dig deep. One more 20 here to bring it back within 8 points. the goal. Oh, it gets away from her, kind of goes over to that single four. I assume kind of slipped. I don't think she was going for the 18s and last there. Not going to be happy with that visit, but Kayla is going to want to punish it at some point here. That's what you'll notice, right? When we're looking at Division 19, all the way up to even some of the higher divisions, but especially in like Division 19, 18, 17, those bottom 3, 4, 5 divisions. When you look at these players, the one thing is one player needs to decide, okay, obviously we'll be flexible given on the scenario, but who's going to be the one to take the shot? Who's going to be the one to take the game shot, right? All three of these girls, I assume, are going to be very similar in average, maybe not similar in experience. Amy seeming to be like the calm, cool, collected veteran on the team. She has to be the one to decide, okay, you know what? We're coming up with the point lead. I'm going to take the swing. And that's exactly what happens here. While Kayla, I presume the newer or newest of the three, is going to be like, hey, your opportunities will come if we tell you. Otherwise, you kind of just focus on support role, support on those points, support on those things we're struggling to hit. And that's why their dynamic's been working so well. That's why they're coming into this with only one loss. So Tanya here wants to just get rid of those 18s. Again, I don't mind shooting at the 18s first here instead of going for the extra house. I think playing those 2-3 house advantage type scenarios that you see us call for and typically praise from players, that's when you're hitting more than 3 marks around on average. When you're hitting more than 3, playing with 2 houses, giving yourself some variables is always going to feel helpul. I think here playing a little bit of a tighter race and forcing the game to move forward helps so much, because the last thing you need is one of these 6 players, if one of them being not on your team, to start lighting it up, to start firing away on all cylinders. It's always scary. And you can see there, Kayla asked Amy what she wants here, and she's went ahead and said, go ahead, 17s, go all day. Yeah, playing with those multi-houses, like for there, personally in my game, I think after the first star, I probably take a swing and close those 16s there, get that second house up, and puts the backs of the other team on the 18s even more. But then again, when every person's expected average is roughly 2 marks a round, I think just getting rid of the higher numbers in their scenario makes the most sense. And I think Amy's going to probably do a similar shot that she did in the previous go. See if she shoots right at it. Decides to and hits it on the first. And hits the trip 16. What a shot this is. Last one got away from her on the 15, but that's a magnificent shot, and that's exactly why. Keeping this a little bit of a tighter race, but going for that higher ground. Well, now they have the 2 highest available numbers, forcing the other team to try to open the 15s, and this is exactly what they wanted. This is a great first leg performance so far from the Indy team. Just gotta take your time getting the close here. Job's not done yet. And you can see Tanya a little frustrated. Wouldn't be opposed to her just grabbing some points on this last start. But all 3 of those starts, we're not sure if they wanted to be a 17 or a 15. They were cuddled up cozy in that 2 segment. Cheryl here just trying to get this close. Be a big close. It is a big close. It's important because it's a 24-point difference here. So if they're not careful, it could be just a 4-3 bull race. Honestly, Kayla should probably just stay on the points until she trips. Oh, she wants to do. She's blocked. I think Amy wants to tell her to move to the 16s. She decides to just go ahead and force it and stay. Does get the necessary single. If she didn't hit at least a single there, again, it could have left a potential 4-3 bull race, which is not ideal. Pressure's now on John to try to get the point lead back. Needs this last start. And doesn't have the point lead. So Amy, hit that big 6 mark on the last go. What do you got for us for this go? Just going to try to collect all 3 in the singles now. Big single there. Can she get one more? Ooh, gets away from her. And this is the exact opportunity that you don't want to leave, right? Single 15, trip 17, trip 16. Not going to go here, but you have to be careful when you give opponents these chances, right? Because now they're starting to etch a lead. Granted, it's a 19-point lead, but it's still a lead. Got to be careful here. Tanya knows this. Get the close and the point lead. Get that point lead first. 2 big 17s. Gets the first 17. Down 2 points. Yeah, there. I mean, you can either be down 2 and force them to close 2 numbers, which is what they're going to decide to do, or they could have been up a few points and give them the option to get the point lead back. We'll see if the gamble pays off. I have no problem with that shot until Cheryl hits a 4 mark. Oh, that is. I am so shocked. And then the second dart missed. I'm wondering. I wish I could see inside that bar to know if that first dart was kind of a flyaway or she was actually going to go bull in the 1 shot at each. In either case, there only grabs the 1 bull. Kayla here, her job is the point. Her job is to add as many bulls as she possibly can. At least add 1 bull by scoring some points here. Does do that. Any other points are bonus, but much needed. Let's see, there's 32-point difference there. So that last 17 did not add another bull, but didn't need to. You see John's like, all right, let's stop screwing around there. And that's a huge shot there. Getting the 17s and 16s close, grabbing the bull, putting all the pressure now on Amy to hit a hat trick. I'm sorry, it is 32 points down, so it is 3-3 on the Bulls. So it's now all of a sudden completely topsy-turvied. Amy needs 3. It needs at least 1. Yeah, just catching the wire, not able to collect, and giving Brittany an opportunity now to steal this game away. And they are in round-out territory as well. Gets the first. Double win it. Doesn't get it, so Tanya now will get a shot to save it. Yeah, Tanya not going to be happy there. We'll see. Now Cheryl gets another shot. She hit the bull in the first start last time. She's going to want to do that again. Really wants this one. You can see there's a fair amount of people watching at Night Owls. A lot of people watching behind Cheryl right now, though. I love to see that. I love to see that a lot of people are in that bar supporting that team over there in Texas. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, by the way, shame on me for not noticing for so long, but Brittany, Cheryl, and John are playing at the stadium in Texas over there. As you can see, John does get the job done there. Takes game number 1. But yeah, so they're going to be at the stadium over there in Texas, but they're not on the stream board, which is why I don't worry, I didn't forget to show them this whole time. But yeah, it looks like someone else, unfortunately, is playing on the stream board, just playing a random game there. So they're going to get set up to game number 2 here. So let's see what Amy's able to do here. Oh, not going to be the start she wanted to see here. So John, so far the highest averaged player here out of anybody, and really showing some good performance here, gets a huge opportunity early in the second leg. And it hits a 7 mark. What a shot there. So I just want to give some reference here and why John getting the start there and capitalizing on it is so important. Besides the obvious of going first and doing good is good. More importantly, John is a 2.7 average going into this. That means that his team average is a combined 5.9, meaning that he makes up just under half of his team's total marks per round. Which again, well, we've talked about it, right? When you build your team in that way, it puts all the pressure on the back of that one player to hit big every time. If his 2.7 realistically, because of the way that their averages are kind of spread up on this team, basically means that, hey, if you hit less than a 3 mark in a given round, we are immediately in a lot of trouble. But you have the highest chance of hitting a big round. And if you hit that early on, it usually takes off all the pressure. So that's kind of like their team dichotomy here versus Amy, Kayla, and Tanya, where it's a lot closer to even for all the players. The differences between these two teams here is not very much, by the way. It is a very minute amount. Right now, the Indy team won the highest in Division 19 at a 6.207 versus the combined 5.948 for the Star City team. Great shot there from Amy. Hits another big 6 mark. We saw a big one from her last game as well. At least puts some pressure here on John. John could probably grab the 15s for free if he wants. Decides to go ahead and grabs them. And then takes a shot at the 18 there. Stayed down for 2 darts at that. So wanted to trip it for sure, get the extra points on the board. Now, if I'm not mistaken, the Indy team did not lose in that third place match. I believe they actually won in the tiebreaker of the first best of 3. And if that's the case, they're going to have, if they lose this, they will still have another chance. If I am for some reason mistaken there, then it will actually just be straight up over. But I do believe there's only 1 loss right now for the Indy team. Here we go. Amy needs to make the stand on the 16s. Great first dart. Can she follow it in? Oh, that's a good second dart. Can she get one more in that 16 bed? She does do so, barely flighting out of the trip there, getting it back within 30 points. We've shown on the Bulls that, I mean, there's opportunities. If you can get to the Bulls and not have it be an astronomical amount, it can change very quickly. And the fact is they're right now within 30 points going into the Bulls. John here trying to expand that. I with 30 points, that's the difference between 6-3 on the Bulls. I wouldn't be opposed to Tanya taking a swing here at the 20s or 15s because I feel like Brittany and Cheryl are going to focus on loading them up. All right, you take your first start. So now that you're at the Bull, now you're going to stay there. There's no point in moving after the first, and that's a great second dart there. Tries to close the distance, gets 3 bulls in, leaves it a 30-point difference and 2 houses. Brittany here with only 30 points. I expect her to stay on the 20 until she hits at least the 2 mark. Does hit the 2 mark. Decides to stay there for all 3. Now a 90-point difference. So 4 bulls is the separation now. You can see Kayla's feeling a little nervy there. Had to wipe the sweat off her palm. Just needs to relax and settle in. And it doesn't produce there. So now Cheryl with a 90-point lead might take a free 20 or 15, add 1 more bull, but can just go right at the bulls here. At least she's going up at 20s. Yeah, she's definitely going up at 20s. And then trip 4 and the last one kind of got away from her. I wanted to go ahead. A single does add more bulls there. Makes it 4 bulls. Amy here with no game shot has to just stay on the bulls in this scenario here. Oh, look at this. Look at this. One more. Oh, it gets away from her. If she got that last one in there, you have to erupt with energy. That's such a huge shot. Still a huge shot at 3. It's an even huger shot at 4. But see, John here, I that second dart was at the 15, so if I'm not mistaken there. I think his job is to just shoot bulls in that scenario with his partners, with his average distribution there. Because he hit 2, got it within 1 for them, but a double bull here is still an outshot. Doesn't get the double, but now she can set up the outshot still. 1 big bull here, at least. Preferably a double. Doesn't quite go for Tanya. Playing with fire, but Brittany now gets 3 darts for 1 bull. Yeah, John set it up. And she dinks it on the second dart there. So they win that first set 2 straight. And I believe that was their first loss, if I'm not mistaken here. They're going to reconfirm with everybody and double check. You can see John is holding the thumbs up there. He's also on the same wavelength of, all right, what are we doing? I believe that was their only loss. Depends what happens in that 3rd place match, but I'm fairly certain that's the case. Kind of keep our eyes here. Yeah, they're going to immediately reset back up. It looks like. So just a little confusion abounds. But if that's the case, then that means that the Amy, Kayla, and Tanya team have 1 loss on the day so far. Brittany, Cheryl, and John would have 0, meaning that we would play another best of 3 all cricket. So looks like some of the other Ludies that are still in the tournament, I believe in Division 14, giving some advice over there. Oh, Division 14 did finish. And the Ludies did win it, so pressure on Kayla to try to get the Ludi Triple Crown. So congrats to Kyle, Brian, and Stephanie there. Yeah, they're going to just get things reset up here real quick on this. Like I said, guys, we're going to be covering this to completion in the finals here. So best of 3 all cricket. Now 2 losses for the Kayla team there, the other of the Ludies, and Kayla, Amy, and Tanya there. On the other end, this Texas team, 0 losses, means they just got to win it here. So they're just going to get that set up. It looks like it was misscored on CompuSport. So I wonder if the Texas team does think they won. But I'm pretty sure it's only the 1 loss for the other team here. So let's see. We're just going to wait on confirmation from our tournament staff on that one. They're on the phone with each other. It looks like they're just reconfirming everything here real quick. So again, apologies about that, guys, but it's cool to be able to see some of these other divisions, see how the strategy does change. If anybody tells you strategy doesn't change, maybe not in singles, and especially in doubles and triples formats, especially in capped tournaments like this, you see a lot of different variables kind of change for a lot of these different people here. And I think it's really exciting to see this Division 19 matchup personally. I'm never one to shy away from it. We spent a lot of time in different divisions when we were in Plover over there for Wisconsin over on Eagle Eye Sports. And I know for a fact with the PBD, we try really hard to, spread the love. Yeah, so they're just talking out with each other, confirming how the losses work. We're just waiting to see on the bracket update here, as this is our last match we will be covering. So we'll cover this match to its completion. What is cause for concern, though, assuming that they are going to get everything reset up here and start playing, is that Brittany, Cheryl, and John just celebrate as if they did just win, and I don't think it's over yet. And if that's the case, they're having a big adrenaline dump right about now. And we saw with Olivia Terry's team, that can be extremely detrimental. Yeah, so you can see some confusion going on. I'm sure the PBD staff's on it in the background. Unfortunately, there's not too much I can do here because for all intents and purposes, I am not tournament staff. And if I were to say, hey, guys, this is what you're supposed to be doing right now, most of them would say, who are you and where's Sean Green? And the other half of people say, who are you, where's Will Stewart? So we're just going to go ahead and while they figure this out, it looks like this is not going to be as brief as I would hope. We're going to cut to a quick ad break here and let these guys figure it out. I'll keep my eye on it and keep you guys updated. Be back in just a moment's time.
Get into darts, but you're not sure how. We can definitely help with that. We're AtoZDarts.com, and we've been a darts specialty store for over 30 years. We have the greatest variety of darts in the country. But don't worry, we can narrow down that selection for you, whether you're a complete beginner or a full-on expert. We developed our own Colonial brand to offer an inexpensive line of darts, dartboards, and accessories, so you can get into the game without breaking the bank. Join our amazing community by going to AZDarts.com. Introducing the classic standard Blade 6, the dual core version, same as the lineup from the Blade 5. However, Winmore's come out with an entirely new model called the triple core. So the triple core is essentially the dual core dartboard with an added third layer of carbon fiber sisal in the back, creating literally the ultimate setup for durability. So not only are you paying for an even better longevity of the dartboard, but also enhanced graphics and functionality. All 3 dartboards have a hardened double bullseye and 25 segment to help with durability. So listen up, Americans, we need this because of our obsession with cricket. The most common problems we have with sisal dartboards is the bullseye segment wearing out or some issue with a wire. So let's just say we're not known for wearing out our doubles. All 3 dartboards come fitted with the 3 Rotolock wheels to help stabilize the board to any wall surface. But the adjustable wheels make your life so much easier because they allow you to rotate your board super quick and easy. You just loosen them, rotate, then tighten them again, then of course fix your numbering.
So in preparation for a recent event, I put this board to the test with 4 to 6 hours of practice per week for a month straight. This gave me an opportunity to see how this board holds up, as well as give you all that honest opinion you've been waiting for. After just a few throws, I was able to tell that this board was a touch softer than popular brands I've used in the past. Admittedly, this had me a little scared, thinking this would lead to a fairly quick wear down. Instead, after a week, I was still at the point where I felt the board did not need to be rotated. Overall, after a month and around 20 hours of play, I was thoroughly surprised by how well this board held up. Yes, there was some aesthetic wear and tear, but I do feel there was a decrease in the amount of bounce that I had, which I directly contributed to the board's softness. For me, this is a winner for both new and experienced players who like to put their hours in.
All right, enough of that nonsense. We're back in here and ready to go. So yeah, I just wanted to kick it over to the ads there. Get a quick drink of water, as they were just having some confusion. The other team thought it was over. It is not over. That was only the second loss for the Indiana team. And now Brittany, Cheryl, and John went from thinking they won to realizing that they have to continue to play and win another best of 3 all cricket. Now, granted, they did it 2 straight, and I'm sure that they have the ability to do so. But the question is, does that adrenaline dump off come into play? Does that high stakes, high octane, shaky energy, does that change a little bit here? You know, do you get settled in? Do you rise to the occasion? Does that good news, bad news? For me, I know for a fact when I thought I've won and then had an extra dip left, or partners I have seen in those scenarios, it is such an emotional dump after. It is so hard. That is a great diddle from Amy getting the start here to go first. Here we go, guys. Just a reminder, if the Texas team wins this best of 3, it is actually over for real, for real. On the other end here, if the Indy team wins, it goes to another best of 3 with cricket and O1. And then if they proceed to win that, it would go to a last leg all cricket here. So 2 losses for the Indiana team. Can they fight out of this? Can they fight their way back? Can I just say, by the way, can we one thing that I somehow have missed through all this is the fact that this was Amy, Kayla, Tanya first round loss. They came all the way back. They lost in the first round, 1 out the middle bracket, 1 out of the last chance bracket because they only played that 3rd place match down there, and they got back to the final. So imagine losing your first match of the day, and 5 hours later being called to be in the final because you fought all the way back. Some good stuff to see here from Division 19. You can see there only the 1 mark follow up after not going to be ideal. But John didn't make it hurt in his previous go, only finding 1. They're just going to keep this game moving along here, closing down those 20s. I don't really have an issue with that. I think that's probably the best way to go about it. I think especially for Kayla, Tanya and Amy. I mean, knowing that they're going against a team where one player makes up almost half the average, your strategy changes into let's get this game moving. If I find something comfortable, in this case, Kayla, they're hitting a big 6 mark and hitting us with a little dancey dance there. I mean, that's great. You found your spot, but now their goal, continue move the game forward. Put all the pressure on Cheryl and Brittany right now. As John has been the one that has hit some very big explosive turns. And while every player has done their part, I think the key to success is just putting more pressure on the B and C players of the Texas team. And just 19 points there in the last there. I love that aggressive look. She took that first at the 18. If it hit a single, I think she was staying there for all 3 as well. So like that shot, again, forcing John's hand more and more. And he's a 2-7, right, on the books here. But when that makes up half of a combined 6, it is noticeable when you keep him, when you force his darts, when you force him to stay in a little area over there or force the game to go around him where those 3 marks don't feel like enough. That's the difference maker. It's just make certain players feel like they've been ousted from the game. Tanya there wiring the 19. Do you want to expand the points just a little bit, which is why she's starting there. You don't want, as much as I am encouraging them to keep the game close, you do also want to do it in a smart manner. On that last start, there does look like she did to go for the cover shot on the 17s, and I like that strategy. Unfortunately, it doesn't collect here. Brittany has an opportunity to make this one hurt. One more 18. Get that point lead back. Oh, catches the trip 4 there, just barely on the outside. 5-point advantage. 6 mark last go for Kayla. And this time, unfortunately, not collecting as much as she would have liked, right? But a 2 mark there in that last start saves the round. And her entire goal is leave Amy a shot to do something behind me here, right? Like, yeah, I want to let Amy go up there and throw whatever she wants. Cheryl, they're starting with a bowl. Again, interesting choice because you can tell that the other 2 darts were nowhere near the bowl, meaning that she switched to the 18. So maybe that first dart got away from her, or maybe they're just trying to chip away in the other direction, get some of those bowls out of the way early, knowing that they had some struggles on them in previous games. I'm not sure. It's an interesting one. So their first start, 18 again for Amy. Liked the shot selection, but then had to move away after not collecting on it. John here, going to try to find as much as he can get on the contrary. I think, personally, if Tanya and Amy, they're the ones that have, as you can see, Kayla do a little psych out. Because Tanya and Amy have been taking the shots upstairs, I think if they're not feeling the close and they still want to have that same strategy of kind of condensing this game down and keeping it moving, going for those shots on the 17 or 16 there around their 19 might be very fortuitous for them. I don't think there's anything wrong by making the game move along by grabbing yourself extra houses, as long as you're doing it in a way where it's not straight up just downgrading your number. Sometimes you'll see players open that second house even though they weren't blocked, and all that effectively did was make their 19s turn into 17s. But in this situation, this game, it's a tough call, especially right now. The 18s are starting to heat up for the Texas team. Now, what I said about getting that second house doesn't make sense. You need to get rid of those 18s before they keep tripping it. So right now they're hitting it pretty well. Great shot there from Brittany. $25-point difference right now is all that separates them. Cheryl here, I would assume she's going to probably stay up, but she threw the bull first last time. So Cheryl, you're going to keep me on my toes today, and I respect that. Decides to go ahead and close the 19s down. How about that shot? You can see people fist bumping behind her already because they knew that was the big dart, and last dart kind of got away from her, but it's neither here nor there because now they're 25 points ahead, a point number and a mark on the Bulls as well. Amy now has to go down to these 17s and load them up. If she hits a 5 mark, she doesn't regain the point lead by 1 point there. Or sorry, regains it by only 9 points there. Did the math backwards. It doesn't get the close in the last start there. So John knows that his goal this round, much the same, just close the 17s. That's 3 marks well spent. Anything else he gets will be extra. And that's a huge last start there as well. 59-point difference, a mark on the Bulls and 2 houses. Sounds like they're keen to put themselves on match point here. The Indy team, I think what they were doing right before this turn, a turn or two ago, when things were still a little bit more neck and neck, they were all standing and dancing and talking with each other and smiling. You can see the demeanor change ever so slightly here. And the key to their success, besides keeping games moving along, is just laughing and having fun. Because when that team's having fun, they seem to be pretty scary. And of course, our selection bias is pretty small, as we've only gotten very little of Division 19. But I digress. That's what I've gotten from this so far. Oh, you can see Brittany there. A little too excited at the opportunity, having 2 darts outside the board. So Kayla here will get a chance to these 15s. That second and third dart there were released earlier. That first dart was perfect release timing lineup. And the second 2, you could tell she tried to place it in there, releasing just a tad bit earlier, making it land into that 2 area there. Well, it's still a good turn there from Kayla as she helped close the gap. 15s do go here. Cheryl's just going to keep doing work, doing what Cheryl does. And just gets the single mark on the 16 plus the 215. Still, any of these players, if they go up and throw a 3 mark, they are doing more than they're statistically expected to do. And you're going to see the ebbs and flows cause them to throw better or worse at certain times. But I can tell you right now that any player that walks up there and hits a 3 mark shouldn't be mad at themselves. They should be happy that it happened, happy that they're doing what they're supposed to do and keeping things going forward, because that's what their expectations are going to be. I want to be X amount above my average. No one ever wants to just throw their average. Anybody that says that, it's only because they're lying to you. John here, though, double 16 closes it. Has the 1 bull advantage, but they're now down in points after that big 5 mark there from Amy. Decides to go ahead and just play it safe here. So now Tanya here is going to need to load these bulls. We saw them not shy away from this in the past. Three bulls there from Tanya. Great shot. Brittany will get 2 bulls, though, for this. I wonder if the first 2 got away from her. I'm not sure if she thought that, because she had the 18, so they might have just gone away from her. It's hard to tell from the body language on that camera. I almost wonder, cause that's very risky. Oh my gosh, she will get a shot here. She didn't know she had the shot. Kayla, no. You had game dart. You had it. It's all right there. You got to just shake it off. Cheryl now, single 18, single bull. This is getting dicey. Another ill fortune trip 20. That time it was definitely a slip away. You can see her wipe off her hands. Needs to hit at least a single 18 here. This is such an important dart. Doesn't get the important dart here. Amy knows how big of a moment this could be. 3 big single 18s to fight their way back in a leg where they were behind by 2 numbers of bull and some points. I mean, this is a good stuff right here. Yeah, it just doesn't quite go her direction. You can tell that she's a little amped up. She has not been off by that much. I wonder if she looked back at her team and asked what they wanted. The correct answer is shoot this trip 18 right here. You got it. The other option is you can go add a bull, but yeah, I think that last start she tried edibles. She got the nerves of the situation got to her. The thing is, it's a 10-point difference, right? So if you go there and add a bull, you can make it a 35-point difference, which still means 2 18s in a single bull. Oh no! But John, most consistent of the 6 people here, finds a bagel at the wrong time, and they get a full reset. Now Tanya gets the shot here. They need to just relax. Take a breath, everybody. Everyone's getting so all tight knit here. They need to take a breather. Tanya here trying to get herself settled. And gets it on the first dart, just drills it right in there. You can see the girls celebrate. What a shot there. The Indy team said, we're not on match point yet. Good shot there. Oh, wow. Oh, I thought you guys were going to leave him hanging. She just pointed. I got the stream win. I think that's what she just said. Oh, that's funny stuff there. They're having a good time over in Indy. Remember, everyone from Indiana listening to this or watching it back, Sean Green, the guy that lives there, didn't stay, but I did. Therefore, I expect the best draw for a partner next time I play in a blind draw. That's my request. And maybe for James Edwards to trim his beard. That's my second request. Stephanie saying, way to go, girls. I'm sure she's listening right behind there. Charles saying, great shot, Tanya. And Ludi family in full swing today in the PPD All-Star Triples. Love to see it. There just gets those 2 19s. Again, same thing we saw in this last game. Those 20s out of the way early. And I like this mood change in Indy as well. You can see Amy's over there chit-chatting a little bit. You can see Kayla's back to dancing. When I got to the end of that last leg, no one was dancing and everyone was staring. Yeah, Stephanie's saying parents got first. That's right. Parents did get first. Good job on the win there for you guys there. Division 14 champions of our February All-Star Triples, Brian, Kyle, and Stephanie. Taking it out over Dave, Gary, and Cameron. Oh, Cheryl needs this close. This is an important last start. Does get that close. That's a huge last start. Kaylee here though, her job's still the same. I assume that's dad back there in the Bears hoodie. Just gives a little, hey, let's go ahead and close that down. That's your only goal here. Does get the close in the first. Just gonna try to get some points. That's an awkward second dart there, but decides to go down and hit that double, get some extra points there. Josh Hill asking, can we not see the other team throw from their camera? So they are playing at the stadium. Unfortunately, they are not playing on the stream board. Someone else was playing on the stream board that was not even in the tournament anymore, just playing an online match. So would have loved to feature the stadium here, but John Perrette there finding 7. Unfortunately, it's one of those things where I usually will ask the teams to move over, but we went right into the end of the last final into this final. So unfortunately, the way that happens sometimes. If you ever want to see these teams on camera, tell them, hey, move over when the team gets eliminated. We want to still see action. Tanya here is going to need to capitalize on these 18s. Trip 18 and the last dart there for Tanya is huge. What a last dart there. Okay, the scoreboard at the top is just for the current best of 3. So that is where that is for, as it's a triple elimination, so it's based off the amount of losses. So it's not like set play per se where you can kind of mark it. It's more so whichever team collects 3 losses. So while Brittany, Cheryl, and John did win that last one, they currently have no losses on the day. Amy, Kayla, and Tanya, if they lose this best of 3 or the subsequent one or the last leg decider, are eliminated. Brittany, Cheryl, and John just either need to win this best of 3, the next one, or the last leg decider. But basically, the moral of the story is, no, that makes sense. We're all just watching darts and trying our best. John there, another 7 mark. And this is what we were talking about, right? If you're going to have a player that's majority of the average of your team, that is basically the other 2 players combined, they have the onus on them to perform. John, this leg, is performing. He hit 2 7 marks on this, some great stuff there. And when he does that, you can see how much the pacing of this game dictates and changes. Last game was practically a round out. This game, they're down to the 16-15s before round 10. So it's a completely different game when he's doing stuff like that. Tanya there frustrated. She's like, I really want it. Honestly, I don't know if she tried to force in that trip and got deflected out. That was a well thrown dart. I almost wonder if going to the double on the last dart there, just to try to get that close, would have been better. It's such a tough call there, though. I mean, it's a 74-point game. I could go either way on it. I think trying to force it through, though, especially with how well thrown the dart is, was not the wrong decision by any means there from Tanya. Cheryl here, she is going right at those 16s. Stays there. Probably going to move away on this last dart. 74 points down. If you grab an extra 15 here, it'll help you in the bull race to come. Decides to stay on the 16s and doesn't collect. So Kayla here, 74 points. Just focused on getting the close and any points she can to close that gap. Goes high. Needs to work it in, but not quite a blocker either. Oh, needs to get this closed. Oh, doesn't happen there. So just going to have to collect the darts and move on from there. As John now is going to probably close those 16s. Based off of the way he's been playing, he's been playing exceptional given his average. First dart trip 16 makes it look easy and grabs the bull there, putting themselves 2 bulls away from a last leg decider in this second set here. Oh, look at that. Brittany goes bull, double bull there. Not going to waste any time on the bulls. So it comes to another diddle here. Again, just a reminder, if the team from Texas wins, it's over. We're all going to bed or wherever you guys go. If the team from Indiana wins, then we will go ahead and get another best of 3. But first, it's on to the 3 dart count up for the diddle here. Whichever team scores more points than 3 darts will get the start. And this is where there is significant advantage, right? We talk about the even team members versus one big team member and blah, blah, blah. You're in the bottom division and you have one player that makes up half your average on your team, a 2-7 player that is playing clearly better than a 2-7, and he has his tournament shoes on. But let me tell you, the biggest advantage for that is the fact that in the diddle, he knows that he has the strongest gun going into this. Amy, we did see diddle earlier, a 1, 2, 3 on the 20s and ones, but even then would have required perfection of some sort. So the team from Texas will get the start. Danny Baggish in the chat saying, what a commentator. You and I would do way better than Will and Sean. Well, considering Will and Sean have quit on me today, Danny, and the fact that I picked you as a CSC Season 6 favorite, I think you and I would do just fine, buddy. Good shooting today. We did get a chance to call some of your games on the stream with Kara and Chris Jones. Three mark there from John. A little bit of a light opening compared to what we've seen, but does get the close. So Amy's going to start downstairs. Last two legs, the 20s were closed in the first round here. Amy's going to try to make it 3 for 3. Doesn't. So this is the first time in this set we've seen the 20s last pass round 1. Let's see if that changes the dynamic or the dichotomy of this one at all. Oh, and there, Brittany's only able to grab a single 18, not grabbing a 20. So Tanya here, her goal, close that 20 and then do whatever she wants. She can contest the 18s. She can go down to the 19s, whichever one you're more comfortable with. That 2018 transition, a little easy though. So I would imagine that's probably the direction we're going to see here. Yeah, goes ahead and gets the close on the second. First one got away from her. Decides to regroup. And then, yeah, it goes ahead and goes for the 19s there. That was the option. The moral of the story was just to close the 20 there, but obviously wants to try to get some momentum. Cheryl, she's been struggling on the top of the board a little bit, but I imagine she's going to go, yep, right those 18s. She goes high into the 20s a lot, so she's going to try to just dial it in if she can. So yeah, she's trying to bring it into 18, just kind of getting away from her there. I almost wonder. I know they do have the single mark in the 18. It makes it so she only has to hit a 2 mark to get the close. But I wonder if John or Brittany there should said, hey Cheryl, listen, go over there and grab the 19s or 17s, just because it's a more favorable area for her on the board. It seems like she's more comfortable on the bottom of the board, given where those 20s were lying, and because Kayla's been comfortable down there. Finding a 4 mark for herself and getting the first points in game 5 here, technically game number 3. And John there, 2 marks instead of the back-to-back 7s that we saw in the previous leg. This is an early let-off. I really do think if there was a time for the Indy team to take this set, getting it right now somewhere in this next set of throws here for their team between Amy, Kayla, and Tanya is super important, right? I mean, you don't want to get into an elongated battle. It shows that it hasn't been favorable. When the games are shorter, they're typically doing better. $20-point difference here. And see, Tanya elects to shoot right here. Just keep this game moving. The only caveat I would have to say to shooting the 18s right here, and it doesn't get it close, is that Cheryl has shown that she's not super comfortable on them. And the fact is, if you are going to do that aggressive close, you might not need to necessarily do it there. If she hits a 2 mark, Kayla will then have to hit a 2 mark of herself. Or maybe I just don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe Cheryl's going to light it all up right here. Look at this. Never mind. Guys, Nick Teixeira, he's canceled. He's going the way of Will and Sean, which is anywhere but here, because that was a great 4 mark there from Cheryl, because Kayla is expected to go up here and hit a single 18. I still wouldn't hate that shot, but now that John's behind in the shot, and he's the A player, you can't really take it until you get a couple points on the board. Yeah, there doesn't come up with anything. So now Perret, huge opportunity. First dart can get the point lead by 2. Goes ahead and grabs the 19 on the first. Or excuse me, they already had the point lead. Of course he's going 19s first. What am I talking about? You can tell that's fatigue. That's a huge 7 mark there from Perret. Yeah, I was looking at it a little bit backwards there. I was going to say you need a first dart 18 to get the point lead back, but I was wrong. And now has a 2-house advantage, and that's a massive come up there. And that there's no casting blame in a situation like this, but Tanya not able to close those 18s there led Cheryl to do exactly what she's supposed to do. Make sure her A player gets that shot. And what did he do? He got the shot given to him by his partner. That wasn't just for free. They had to earn it, and he capitalized. I mean, that's some good teamwork there and a good team dichotomy. 2 marks there from Brittany will keep them out in front. Pressure on the back of the ND team. See Cheryl here, just trying to get those 15s. They already have the mark on them. A lot of people might ask why you wouldn't go ahead and immediately contest the 16s there to basically make their 2 marks spent already useless. And the simple matter of the fact is the pressure of having 3 numbers, and the advantage of already having that 1 mark made that decision really easy for her. You only want to contest a number that has an X on it if you can make sure that those marks are wasted by them. But it also has to be something that you feel comfortable with. In this situation, Kayla here was only able to secure just the close, and that's the bare minimum in that situation. Because now John can go up here and close the 15s and 16s, and he already had that assistance on the 15s, so made the shot a little bit easier. Still has to hit the hard one here. Doesn't. Goes for the 7-7, so gives Amy a chance to get their team back in this, but she knows very well they have to get the point lead and close down. They can't let it come down to the Bulls again. John's shown to be a little too proficient. She has to hit a big swing here and then have Tanya go up and close up behind. That's your game plan. Trying to find a trip. Can she get one in? It's just a 2 mark in, so 54-point difference now. Brittany would make it a 6-3 advantage on the Bulls if she closes the 16s here. And hits the 16 on the second dart there. And hits a trip 17 for good measure. 105-point difference now. And you can see again, the demeanor's changed in ND as they're all starting to get jackets on in the background there. Some of them scattered off. But let's not understate the incredible performance. Amy, Kayla, and Tanya, first round loss, fought all the way back to the finals, not dropping another game after their first match. Then they lost their first best of 3 here. Takes this one down to the wire in the tiebreaker, showing, I think, definitively that if you're going to have just 2 teams say that they earned it that day, I think these are the 2 right teams. I think the Texas team has shown some of the highest gear we've seen in Division 19, and the Indiana team has shown real resilience and grit throughout this whole thing. Fighting in a final that has not been easy, and every single one of these games has been, gut punch after gut punch back and forth. It's a props to them for having a good run here, and both teams should feel like they were the right teams to make it to the final. There wasn't much bracket luck. They carved their own destiny, and you love to see, as I believe every other one of our divisions is wrapped up. So this is the very last possible match. Oh, a little finish line anxiety there. John not able to cross it. Anthony Fisher saying, don't bet against the other dogs. Hey, listen, I ain't betting against anybody anywhere ever unless it's against Danny Baggish. But I wouldn't take any bets here. It's just it's a tough spot to be in. Anthony there, of course, he was that player we saw from South Dakota playing with Jake and Drew that completed the triple dip. So that also could be the underdogs he's referring to there. If that's the case, I didn't bet against you. You're good. If you're referring to this match, I didn't bet against anybody. They're good. Everyone's good. And watching good darts all day just makes me want to go out and throw. Stephanie's saying, our girls are scrappy. Yeah, that's the exact terminology, is scrappy. This has been a hard-fought battle for them there. Still not quite over yet. I mean, these girls have found a way to stay in. 63-point difference right now. Or sorry, 73-point difference right now. It's not a huge separation. And with the X on the 18s and the 15s. Cheryl here. Let's see what she's able to do with this last start. But this is the opportunity, right? So Kayla now has to force the hand of John. John's going to come up and want to throw those bulls. If Kayla can get 1, 2, or even 3 bulls here, it makes him have to reconsider that shot. That first bull's great. 2 more gets the point lead. Falls into the 18. Good fallout, though. Oh, that last start there. If it would have been a bull or a 15 there, that would have been huge. It's still a huge shot. As it forced John to have to hit that 17 first. Now it's a 65-point difference. So it's now no outshot available again for the ND team. All right, well, we'll see. 80 points is the separation here. Could just force a 4-3 on the Bulls right now if she went single 15, trip 17 for the record. Let's see what Amy does here. Finds the double on the first. Might just set up with the point lead here. Falls into the 15. That's fine. Oh, and catches the wire, but that's still an amazing shot from Amy there. It's 30-point difference is all that separates. That means 2 single 17s are needed to add a bull. There's the first. There's the second. So Brittany doing her part. Finds 3 down there. 81-point difference now. So 4 bulls and a trip 17's the game shot available. I wonder what her approach is going to be. You have Cheryl behind. She's probably going to focus on pointing it up anyways. I don't know. She goes right at the bulls here, decides to just focus on closing the gap. Hits the switch up, and her flight slaps into that double 17. Just needs to hit a big single on this last start. Oh, it gets away from her. That would have left it at 3 bulls to 3 bulls. Oh. So now Cheryl's going to try to make this hurt. She's going to try to load as many 17s as she can get. There's a good chance that no matter what, Kayla closes the 17 here. Especially if it's this type of race right here. I would have to imagine Kayla closes. It's tough. Where's this last start go from Cheryl? Single 17 on that last start there. So that's a 73-point difference. 3 bulls and a single 17. I think she grabs the 17. Yeah, she's going to try to. Needs this big single. The 1 bull or double is massive. Can she help out her partner? What a last start there. That is a huge last start there. Forcing John to have to hit the hat trick now for the match win. Needs a single double. Won't hit it. And Perrette's completely frustrated. This is completely different body language. Now all of a sudden, the 2 bulls are needed. 2 bulls for the indie team that I want to be honest, folks. I was necessarily counting them out, but didn't look like we were going to see this continue to another match, but it could happen. Amy or Tanya have to end the match here or else they lose because this is round 19. They have to, between the 2 of them, they have to hit these 3 bulls before, or Brittany has to hit 3 on the other team. There's 1 dart for 2 bulls. gets a single. Never mind. I did the math wrong. She only needed 2 because Kayla hit the other one. Look at that. Amy does it. Stephanie saying, told you they were scrappy. I wasn't doubting you. As we're going to get another best of 3 here. And for Brittany, Cheryl, and John, they're going to be a little frustrated because they had 3 numbers and a massive point advantage going into the Bulls there. And as it shows, especially in these lower divisions, things can get really scrappy really fast. And don't put Indy in a scrap fest because they'll fight it. You can see there when they're just getting everything dialed in. I believe she said she's going to use the restroom, referring to Amy there. So with a little high five as they get everything set up here. And we're reset. So let's reset the stage for you guys real quick here. Amy, Kayla, and Tanya need to win this best of 3. Because if Brittany, Cheryl, and John do, the Texas team, if Texas wins it here, it's over. It's game over. It's been over. If Amy, Kayla, and Tanya do come out on top, then it goes to a last leg decider. So this is best of 3 cricket, 701 cricket. That's what we're going to be seeing here. So they're going to get everything set up here. And we're going to be underway. But yeah, we so far saw 2 of potentially 4 matches between these 2 teams. We saw the first best of 3. We saw the second best of 3. And by the narrow side of the wire by the bull, we're on to our third best of 3. Again, if this one ends in the favor of Indy, then we will go to one more game of cricket. I'm really curious to see here. I mean, this is the end of the wire, real nitty gritty type stuff. All right, looks like they're loaded in, just making sure everyone's at the board and ready to go. You can see Tanya there is like, all right, let's go ahead and put some money in the board. I guess we're playing at least for them at minimum 3 games, at most 4, not counting the diddles, because we never count the diddles here. Those aren't games. Those are side activities. All right, looks like Amy's back there. So I wonder right now if the other team's calling and confirming what format they're supposed to be playing, but they should be both loaded in given the screen they're on. So pretty sure that they're just making sure everyone's on the same page before continuing. If any of you guys have been listening and are near these players, let them know. I already said the answer. Oh, I got you. We got another bathroom break part 2 extravaganza. So there we go. So they're all just hanging out there. We can actually go ahead and I guess in the meantime spy on everybody inside Night Owls. Oh, maybe not. The camera's not letting me move it the way I want to, and I don't want to break it right before the rest of our stream. But from my little eagle eye there, most of the bar is kind of fanned out, but you can see the same group of people that have been watching this final still here. As now it's underway. So bathroom breaks are over, drinks are refilled, and it's time to throw darts. Just a reminder, the team from Texas combined 5.948. The team from Indy combined 6.207. So even though we kind of watched that last match really come down to, it kind of felt like the Indy team was coming from behind and kind of winning in legs where they were out of. They're still technically the favored team here if we're going purely off book average, which when you're looking at a lower division match with 3 players that are on the come up, you can't just take it off the paper spread. It's not like some of these higher divisions where you can kind of lay it out. A person that's playing a 2-7 today could play a 4-7 tomorrow and then a 1-7 the day after that. So that's going to be the big factor as the team from Indy goes ahead and gets the diddle here. Here we go. Amy to kick us off here. Another game of cricket. Just the one mark open. So John here will get the opportunity to kind of dominate on the 20s. His demeanor's changed quite a lot after that tough loss in the last leg there. I assume that dart slipped away from him just based off the fact that he backed off the line there. Didn't seem like a confidence builder, but he's shown to have great technical ability. I think, and I even like snooped around here and looked at some of his other stats for John and like DRTs and our stuff. I'm like, are you really a 2.7? Let's see if you are. And I mean, looking at his other tournaments and his league average and everything, I mean, he averages right around that 2.7. That's a pretty accurate 2.77. I think is very accurate of an average, and I think he's been playing above that standard for the most part today. And I think because he's been playing above that standard, he's kind of psyching himself out a little bit. He's kind of amping himself up too much. And now we're kind of seeing that regression, right? If he just relaxes and plays in the same form he has been playing, they're more than okay. Another opportunity. Longest we've seen the 20s survive in quite some time, it feels like. I feel like we're closing them pretty early along here for the most part, but see Kayla here does get those 20s closed there. Wants to get a couple points on them. Yeah, not going to be happy at that last one. She said, oof, it went away. This is like interesting scenario for sure. We saw her hit 20s when she was aiming at 18s earlier. I think the fact that she has both those numbers up there means that she has a lot more room to work with, and it's going to make her feel more comfortable, and it's showing right now. She looks more comfortable. 418s, very respectable go. Now forcing Amy to have to hit at least 420s to get the point lead back. Just a 4 mark there a 2 mark there, 40 points there for Amy. And John, yeah, not going to waste any time on this go. Grabs those 20s immediately. Again, you see John's body language there. It looks a little frustrating, but let's be honest, John. Your book average is a 2.7. You shot a 3 mark and a 3 mark. You're shooting above average. You're shooting good. I think he's doing a great job working well with Brittany and Cheryl as well. So I do want to give credit there, as I know it kind of sounds one-sided in the conversation about the different teammates there, but they're all firing together pretty well. And John needs to know, hey, if I'm only going to start throwing 3s instead of 7s, that's okay because I got teammates to support me. Well, on the other hand here, I think Tanya, Amy, and Kayla have all shown their moments of resilience. We've seen these big scoring rounds from all of them, these big closes from all of them. I think that they're doing a good job of equally sharing that hat of who's taking the forefront here, who's taking the charge. Brittany there leaves a little bit of an opening, only hitting the single 19. So it gives Kayla an opportunity, a number we've seen her hit a 5 mark and a 6 mark on in the past. Oh, it gets away from her. Needs to correct. Wants this last start. Yeah, just a single there. So Cheryl, her only goal here should be making sure that those 19s are contested and taken. Get those 2 marks on the 19 there. Get that close on the board. You have the 32-point lead. She's going to go right at him. very important because it makes that X basically a moot point there from the ND team on the 19s. Hey, that's a phenomenal shot there from Cheryl. She got exactly what she needed there. Got that close, 2 house advantage, 32-point lead. Oh, and Amy on that last start looked like it was money. It was a well thrown dart. John here. We've seen him in scenarios like this. He knows that his job is just to close here. And there, though, that's a big misstep. John's going to have to walk that one off. Tanya now knows that this is a big chance. Wants to get as many 17s as possible. It's about the only thing you are thinking about here is, okay, let me make sure I capitalize on this number. Even just the 2 mark there is 17 more points than you would have gotten. So it needs to stay focused on this last start here. Again, not the round she necessarily wanted, but a 15-point difference is a lot better than the prior, right? I mean, you want to close that distance. She got there. Brittany here going to close these 17s. Maybe close these 17s. Doesn't close the 17s. And that's another reason why that 17 points was ever so crucial, because it gives Kayla it's a little bit less distance she has to reach to try to close this gap here. Catches the wire. Oh, no. Second one got away from her. Regroups and delivers another single there. Again, keeping themselves within that striking distance. 17 points is all that separates them. See here. Cheryl's trying to get dialed in. Wasn't able to connect it, though. So, yeah, this is a big opportunity. Those 17s left open. Can Amy capitalize on this? Can she carve an opportunity and make something happen? Yeah, she's going to have to stay for at least one more. Oh, the last one. I wonder if she decided to just take that pop shot in the 19 there. The problem is the 17s are going away regardless here, so I think her logic was, hey, they're gone. Let me go ahead and take some of their ground too. In either case, doesn't really hurt as John hits another 2 mark there. Went 3 mark, 3 mark, then 2 mark, 2 mark, so currently shooting around a 2-5. Gives Tanya the opportunity here. I think you have that mark on the 15. I think you get it close and then take a pot shot at the 19 here. Again, their game plan should still be to shorten this leg. I definitely think right now John kind of regressing back to a normal means is such a big blessing that they need to capitalize on. Oh, and that's very unfortunate. Somers there all over the wire. Beautiful shot that was a millimeter away from being a beautiful 5 mark. Brittany here's just going to pad the points and gets 2 mark. Great job there from Brittany. A 3 mark there will do, though. That's a good shot. 42-point difference now. 16s are still available for grabs. Cheryl here, I really do think that if I was her teammate, I'd probably tell her to stay until you trip. It's round 12. Knowing how these teams have performed on the Bulls, there's a good chance that we're going to be going the full distance as we have seen. And I think Cheryl, once she hits that trip, like there, she hits that trip 18, then you shoot whatever you want. Then anything else you hit is bonus money. Decides to stay on those 18s there. Great shot there from Cheryl. And Amy did what Tanya did, caught the wrong side of the wire there. Last two getting a little further away, but they're not far off on the 15s. They really aren't. And there you go, John. They're not going to mess around with those 15s. Doesn't get the 18s in the last there, so Team Indy's still going to be in the mix on this leg until those 16s are gone. And even then, still going to be in the leg because it's Team Indy. That's what Indy does. Four mark there. Great shot from Tanya. So it's a 99-point game here. Brittany's throwing right at those 16s. Last one decided to go ahead and try to move off of, I assume, over to the 19s. Ooh, and a 4 mark there. Again, you can't count Team Indy out at any point. 35-point difference now. See Cheryl here. Gonna add on some points. She has hit some very timely trip 18 since the series that we've seen. I wouldn't be surprised if this is one of those times. Oh, just a single 18 though. So 53 now, significantly better point differential. 4/16 gets the point lead. Oh, that's an awkward first start though. I wouldn't be mad. She does decide to stay on the 16s there. I think taking one of those darts and popping that 19, knowing that John's behind, probably helps out in the long run here. Because again, you assume your 16s are probably going to go away. They do go away. And last start, there was a trip 19. So, I mean, maybe he still would have tripped the 18 on that last start regardless, but maybe not. I think that getting the close there rather than that single 16 in the last start probably was better given that she was blocked. But I digress. Sommer's here. Let's see what she's able to do. Going to be looking to find a couple bulls. Regardless, right now, treat this as the practice for game 2 because game 2 is going to be ever so important to win. Good fall out there on the 19. So that makes it 8 bulls now to 3 needed. With that single 18 on last start, it did add a bull. And there it just stays on. I think Kayla does exactly what she should do there. You only take the shot if you can leave your partner 5 bulls or less. If you leave them with a 6 bull or 6 bull shot or a 7 or more, which would be no shot at all, I feel like you're not really setting anybody up for success. And her staying staying true with the bulls there is exactly the type of grinding mentality she needs to have. Now, to be fair though, in the other end of things, this is round 18 now, round 19. And if they don't close the 18s, they're just going to get outscored to death. So it's kind of a rough spot. It's basically hit perfect or go to game 2 is kind of their position they're in. Unfortunately, they just didn't have enough runway here to complete this landing because I'm going to be honest, it's slowly going in their direction again. See, there it would have left the 5 bulls if she went for trip 18 in the last start. Would have also prevented John from scoring and gives them 3 darts for 5 bulls rather than this, which is going to mathematically eliminate them. Because now they're down 200 points. So down 8 bulls again. And it's only 1 round. So Amy there in that last start definitely had to throw a trip 18 to give them a 5 to 3 bull shot versus John. I think that was the only option, but even then, this is just game 1 of this best of 3. It's a moot point. I'm not even fully convinced they realize where they are in this leg. Yeah, there you go. There's the trip 18 on the last start, and he was like, oh yeah, that's the one. As you can see, they kind of just have a laugh about it. But treat this as your bull practice, as you're going to get to start in game number 2 here if you're Team Indy. Let's see, I think that's Christy Davis in the background giving hugs and everything over there. Lots of people in the stadium giving some love and support. But here we go, on to another game. This time 0-1. They had to borrow another $1. They probably took it from the To The Point streaming tip jar. Here we go, Amy, to start us off. And a low ton there from John. Showing back to that more expected form from him. Those 2 bulls around. Those dastardly bulls. But they want to win it right here, right? They don't want to go to one more cricket game and then potentially a last leg decider. They want to get it done. Low ton there, though. Tanya says, hey, we're not done throwing darts quite yet. And last start there from Brittany, keeping the scoring in line. They've edged out 8-point lead, so it's basically chalk a game here going into round 3. Amy's been lethal on her bowls all day long. She's really good about, if she finds one, making another one go to the same direction there. Can use that one as a decent marker. Tries to work it in, but doesn't quite go. So this will be an opening here for John, right? A little bit of an easier score, only 44 points where he has to overcome, plus the distance. Needs to find one bull. Does. And now a 14-point advantage. So, again, basically chalk, but not far off. Not far off indeed. Tanya here, 4-14. Not going to be able to leave it out, but what she can do is just get her partner in range to set up or leave it out. So, just going to try to bring it on down. Once to get below that, like, 360-ish mark is usually where you start to, like, look for those setups like that. So, we'll see. One bull here. Lifesaver does dink it right in the double. Brittany, last start hit a bull. Can she hit another last start bull here? How about the first start? Oh, this is a neck and neck race. This is why we always say that no matter what division, there's always, but especially in the higher divisions, this 0-1 game, getting the automatic start by losing the first leg makes it so you see these best of 3 series happen like this. As you can see, Kayla there pops in a 119 and hits a little dance on there, almost our second gritty appearance of the day. But you'll see that because all these teams are so evenly averaged, that typically, as long as you're not letting the pressure of the moment get to you, you expect it to be a race down to the out, and you expect that the team going first will have that first opportunity. Right now, they seem like they might have given themselves that. Amy here to set up the out for Tanya. One bull basically guarantees you're going to leave an out, barring 2 bad fallouts. Single bull on the second. There we go. Leaves the 167. Needs to stay true. And does stay true to leave the 117 there. Oh, let's see. That's exactly what John needed to do to leave it out. Needed to hit at least the 2 bulls there. 177, gonna be a big ask for Brittany, but if she gets the opportunity, at least she will have an opportunity. Tanya here is going to try to just shut it down right now. Bull 17 bull, nothing fancy needed. You don't need to go for any fancy switches here. And that's a perfectly fine miss. Bull trip 20. Still get to stay on the bull. That's all right. Bull to leave 56 is also okay. Oh, just working away and not quite collecting, but was not far off. Brittany will get a shot for the 177. I think she should take the first dart at it here every time. She does. Trip 20, trip 19. Oh, she catches it to the triple 1. You can see the Indy team had to catch their breath there for a second. Kayla, 99, needs to hit a trip now. Trip 19 leaves trip 14. Oh, caught the flight and just flung out of there. Yeah, this is very dangerous, as Cheryl's going to get a shot for the match now. And only leaving 96. That's not even a bull first setup. Oh, that's going to be frustrating. Kayla knows it, and she's just going to have to shake it off and let the course ride out right now. Cheryl here, 98. Where are you going to take us? Can't go bull in the second dart now. Single 17 does not leave the out, so just going to hit a single 20 to leave bull is ideally what she's going to try to do here. She might just go bull to leave single 20. Yeah, or trip 18 because she's been hitting those all night to leave a single 16. That's a great setup. So Amy now knows if she doesn't take out 96, John takes out single 16 more times than not. This is to save the match here, Amy. Trip 2 needs to go bull now. 1 to go bull for double 20. Not going to be able to take it here. John to steal the match back that they had firmly in grasp. Single 16. And does it. And that will unfortunately conclude the run here for Indy. And what was otherwise a very tough battle. They fought really hard. They got to the third set of potential 4 in total. So the fact is, they played really well. They should be proud of themselves. And the Ludies in general still won today. So, you know what? I would say having out of the 3 Ludies that we saw on our stream area, 2 of them got first place, 1 of them got second place. That ain't too shabby. Plus, today's about the points anyways, guys. That's what we always try to remind everyone. It's about scoring those points. It's about those big moments there and getting those points on the all-star list and getting that much-needed practice and repetition. And it was cool. We got to see Division 19 on the stream today. We got to see a bunch of Division 2, 3, and 4 as well. Good range of very talented, very cool shots to see. And I'm going to be honest, some alone time away from Sean and Will here towards the end. Much needed for everybody in chat, all 5 of us. Can't decide. Of course, guys, I just want to thank each and every one of you for tuning in to your February All-Star Triples here. 304 teams, over 900 players, and lots of money at stake here. Good stuff on everybody, and you can see these teams here still laughing, still having a chat. Of course, guys, that will do for our coverage, as Division 19 is our final division, and we have no other divisions left. So that means that we are done bringing you coverage. If you are saying, Nick, no, don't go away, we want to watch more darts. Well, first off, USA Darts is still streaming over there at the Syracuse Open. But if you want to see more PPD darts, we are just a couple days away, just over a week away from the start of CSC Season 6. Starts February 26th, Monday, Wednesday. We just had a selection show come out earlier this week where we gave our insights on the first round matchups of the bracket. Go give that a check out, guys. Of course, we will be back live Monday the 26th and Wednesday the 28th there for the CSC Season 6, the graffiti season coming at you. Excited for that one as always. But guys, I'm Nick Shura, previously joined by Sean Green and Will Stewart. Always a great time featuring some great matches, and I hope to see you guys again next time. Have a good night, everybody.